Assalamu alaikum and hello everyone. I am pleased to welcome you to the second day of the Youth for the Tropics webinar held in conjunction with the International Youth Day 2020. To the returning participants, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, today's webinar is a regional workshop on social entrepreneurship for building community resilience to disasters and climate change in the tropics. This regional workshop will serve as a platform for young social entrepreneurs to understand funders' requirements, share experience and knowledge in building community resilience to disasters and climate change, and be spotlighted in the Register of Disaster Risk Reduction social entrepreneurs. The workshop comprises of 3 sessions that will be moderated by 3 different moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our sessions, I would like to invite Academician Dr. Mazlan Othman, Fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia and Chair of the Tropical Sciences 2021 Steering Committee, to commence our webinar with her welcome remarks. Welcome, Academician Dr. Mazlan Othman.
Thank you, Shazwani. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day to everyone. Welcome back to the second day of our webinar, deliberating the theme, The Future Belongs to the Tropics, with a focus on youth for the tropics. Today, we will be having the regional workshop entitled Youth Social Entrepreneurship for Building Community Resilience to Disasters and Climate Change in the Tropics. And that is done in conjunction with the celebration of International Youth Day, which was yesterday. World populations are continuously affected by disasters, which result in loss of lives, economic loss, and other long-term effects. The COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, is causing huge unemployment, poverty, and definitely health issues. Today's webinar focuses on problem solving, which are brought about by youth social enterprises. And they have been successful in spurring actions which are critical in building community resilience that you will see today. We will be listening to enablers of social enterprises to learn about requirements to be a social entrepreneur. And we will also listen to real world case studies. In this workshop, as mentioned by Shazwani, we will be launching the Register of DRR Social Entrepreneurs that highlight skilled social entrepreneurs from the tropics and other regions, primarily youth and young professionals. So I think I should let you guys go ahead very quickly. So thank you and enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you, Academician Dr. Mazlan Othman, for the welcoming remarks that set the scene nicely for our event this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will now start with Session 8, Enabling Social Enterprise. This session will be moderated by Mr. Khairul Zain Ismail. Mr. Khairul is a Senior Science Officer at University Kebangsaan Malaysia's Southeast Asia Disaster Prevention Research Initiative, SIDPR UKM. He is also the National Leader for You Inspire Malaysia at UKM and a member of You Inspire Alliance Assembly. The You Inspire Alliance is an alliance of youth and young professionals platform in science, engineering, technology, and innovation to accelerate the implementation of disaster risk reduction and climate change in line with SDGs and Sendai framework to support the RR policy and action at local, national, and international level. I now invite Mr. Khairul to deliver his opening remarks and moderate the session. Mr. Khairul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shazwani. Very good morning to everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank Mahathir Science Award Foundation, Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and other partners for this opportunity for me to be part of this prestigious event today in conjunction of the 2020 International Youth Day celebration. With a theme of by youth, with youth, and for youth, the 2020 International Youth Day gives us an opportunity to celebrate and mainstream young people's voices, actions, and initiatives, as well as their meaningful, universal, and equitable engagement. Yesterday, we have heard about the scenes for youth were set up for Malaysia and at the international, particularly ranging on the youth participation in the decision-making process and national and global arena, demonstrating their capacity for advocacy, as well as communication and negotiations. Today's regional workshop is part of the projects on promotion of social entrepreneurship in disaster risk reduction to build community resilience, funded by International Development Research Centre of Canada and jointly implemented by University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Southeast Asia Disaster Prevention Research Initiative, SIPRI UKM, and the Selangor State Disaster Management Unit, which encompasses of three major components. The first is the subject matter of disaster risk reduction, which is linked to climate change. The second relates to social entrepreneurships, and the third is the focus on youth, who are the future of the state of Selangor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to the UN SCAPs, Southeast Asia has been experiencing more frequent climate-related disasters in the past 30 years. This disaster affected populations, in addition to immediate economic and human losses, experience long-term unemployment, poverty, health issues, and other effects, undermining communities' capacity to recover from disaster impacts and to cope with the future events. Evidence also from the grey literatures show entrepreneurship is crucial both to the long-term community resilience and to reducing poverty, vulnerability, and disaster risk in communities, moving forward recovery and rehabilitation. Academic peer-reviewed literature, however, has paid a little attention to the role of the social entrepreneurships. We will continue today's session with specifically focus on youth initiative in the region who have made valuable contributions through the youth social entrepreneurships in solving problems of the tropics by advancing the science, engineering, technology, and innovation. It should serve as an aspiration as well as rallying call to encourage youth to start their enterprises and contributes back to the community in building community resilient to disaster and climate change. Today, the organizer have arranged a session very nicely, where we'll begin our webinar this morning with how to enabling the social enterprise with the existing entrepreneurs enablers for future opportunities, followed by regional case studies from the youth social entrepreneurs in the region, and lastly, to build a sustainable roadmap for the social enterprise to succeed. This will be an interesting event, and I hope everyone will stay until the end of the session. Before we start, I would like to inform all participants today to post all your questions for speakers in the chat box function. And also for the speakers, we will ring a bell before your time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Reza Shahid Rizwan from Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center, Magic Malaysia, to give a speech. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for introducing basically what the topic is all for today. But just let me share my screen first. All right, good morning. My name is Reza. I'm from Magic. Basically today, I'm just going to talk about how Magic has been enabling social enterprise in Malaysia since 2015. But before I start, just a quick background of who I am. I started as an accountant, actually, in the oil and gas industry for a few years. And then after a while, I decided to join an angel investment company that only focused on investing in startups that creates value for the community. And I think by that time, that's where my exposure towards social enterprise, because what we do at the time is still like looking for startup that create value, and there's no term about what is that startup. And luckily, my former boss at the time told me like, hey, have you heard about social enterprise? And I'm like, okay, it's something new, because I've done a lot of charity, and looking, when I heard about social enterprise, I feel that's a cool and that's a nice way to create a sustainable impact. And in 2015, there's only a few of agencies and companies that focus on SE, and one of it is Magic. And through Magic, I joined a lot of programs, boot camps, and like exercises. And finally, in 2016, I decided to proceed the idea by joining the Explore program, which is a 4 months long program. And at the end of the program, we managed to raise around 1 million ringgit through grants, winning prizes, and other like investors as well. And we won numerous awards, and we managed to represent Malaysia in few regions like in Southeast Asia, in Europe, and also in America. But after 4 years running my own SE, I figured out like being an SE, being an investor, I kind of figured like there's more ways to create a better ecosystem, which is why right now I'm currently in Magic, basically to create more programs and opportunities for SEs in Malaysia to grow through capacity building and market access and partnership. So for audience who didn't know, Magic is based in Malaysia, Cyberjaya, Malaysia. It's an agency under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and aims to contribute to the development and evolution of Malaysia into technology-driven nation, which align to SDG 2030, and also Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. The idea of SE in the view of Magic is we want to create a vibrant and sustainable ecosystem. I mean, we have a mission basically to strengthen the foundation and to catalyze the growth of local SE. And Magic drives Malaysia's social innovation through initiative designed to build inclusive economic growth with the betterment of society and environment. Here I want to share some of the, I would say, landmark events that has been done by Magic. It started way a few years back in 2015, where we created the first social enterprise blueprint, which was launched by the former Prime Minister. So the idea of blueprint, because at the time no one exactly know what is SE. It is a business, whether it's a charity, and the idea of having a blueprint is to start creating awareness. To start creating awareness, to start the growth, to start more people creating an SE. Which is why after the blueprint, Magic organized a lot of boot camps, a few accelerators, because at that time, the goal and also the mandate of Magic is to create more social enterprises. So we work with universities, we get more people to join, and also we try to identify who are out there who's already a business that creating an impact. Because at the time, because there's no term, they are already doing it, but they just didn't know they're an SE. Which is why after that we have boot camps, we are accelerated. And then in 2016, once we tried to identify, is there already businesses that focusing on impact? And we noticed there's already maybe around 10 to 20 SEs at that time. And why we created Amplify Award. We know a lot of SEs at the time, they've been doing it for quite some time, but it's a bit tough for them to scale. So the idea of the Amplify Award is to give them a small token of grants for them to scale their impact bigger, beyond maybe nationwide. So the idea of Amplify Award, we recognize, every year we recognize at least a minimum of 10 SEs of the achievement of their last 2 years, and receive grants up to 250,000 for the growth of their SE. And to focus more on students, we did students and awareness throughout nationwide. We created a program called Sehati. We managed to went through 12 states in Malaysia, even in Sabah, even in East Malaysia, to talk. It's a 2-day program. The first day is focusing on awareness. What is SE? We bring a few experienced SEs to go there and give a sharing session, just to share what is really happening. And the second day is focused on people who registered who wants to start their own SE. So the second is a half-day session where they learn about validation, business model, what is business model for social enterprises, and at the end of the year, everyone come to Kuala Lumpur, and it's a full festival. We get more SEs to share and everything. And in 2017, we started a program called Activate. This is where after 2 years of trying to build the SE ecosystem, we finally feel that there are few SEs are ready for corporate penetration, procurement basically. So that's why we decided to have an Activate, so that either corporate can get procurement from SE, or if a corporate has a problem statement, SE will come in as someone who provides a solution for their problem. And in 2018, we launched a program called Buy for Impact. And now we're taking it for consumers, because we're trying to engage the consumer, saying that when you buy for SE, you're creating impact for itself. It's a win-win situation for all. Basically, the aim at Magic is we want to be the social innovation hub, not just in Malaysia, also in the region, by cultivate and nurture an inclusive community of social innovators to help and address the nation's social challenges. One of the key agenda at Magic is to support SEs with a clear social and or environmental agenda to do good by providing them with access to market, funding, and capacity building programs. Just remind again, Magic doesn't provide funding, but we are more of giving access to the market. Also try to do more capacity building, also penetrating to the corporate and GLC. In 2019, this is what we did. We had an SE Knowledge Day, which is a one-day course to provide the public with an intensive immersion into the fundamentals of SE. Through 7 states in Malaysia, we inspire more than 1,500 future social entrepreneurs. So we did 33 workshops, partnership with government agencies, private sectors, corporates, and even university. Other than that, as mentioned, since 4 years ago, we have more and more SEs coming in, and that's why we created a program called Push, which is a scale-up program designed to facilitate SEs to scale their business as well as increasing their impact and update social issues. We had 30 social enterprises accelerated through Push, and last year, Malaysian government decided to define what is SE, and Magic is being mandated, and Magic and Ministry is being mandated to accreditate few SE for tax exemption. So we have 3 tiers of level for SE accreditation. We have SE Basic, we have SEA, and we have SEA Plus. If you want to be like a basic recognition of being an SE, and everyone can apply under SE Basic, which right now already have almost 300 SE Basic. And then you have SEA, which is Social Enterprise Accreditation, where we are around 29 accredited SE. And then we have the SEA Plus, which will allow you to get tax exemption. We have around 8. So that's the scale. The goal of Magic is to create more and more SEA, and hopefully more SEA Plus, so that now if a public or corporate support SE, they will get tax exemption. This is some of the list of the 29 SEA under Magic. We divide into 4. There's retail fashion, there's agri-food, education, and services. And all of this is nationwide. There's even SE in East Malaysia, in North, East Coast, and even South. So based on our data on statistics, we noticed that more than 85% of SEs in Malaysia are uplifting the livelihood of marginalized groups, especially B40, through interventions such as employment, training, and subsidized goods and services. Example here like Langit, which is based in East Malaysia. They have an heirloom rice, which is they work as a market intermediary for Sarawak smallholder rural farmers. While in Klang Valley, that's Made Easy. Basically, they're providing income to B40 cleaners via gig economy. But they also not to forget, beside helping the marginalized group, there also are the SEs that are focusing on environmental mission, which is especially on circular economy, such as upcycling food waste, agro biomass, textile. Suri, basically they upcycling waste through, they get the like overproduced jeans or unused jeans, then they upcycle the product into bags and everything, and also they employ B40 to create the bags. And there's one more, which is warming up. They reduce urban waste and raising awareness. So current initiative. Right now, of course, we have a lot of programs already up in line for the ecosystem, but this is the 2 main event that is we are focusing for the remaining months in the year. First one is the Social Impact Matching Grant, which is launched by the government recently. The SIM grant is totaling around 10 million, which is a Penjani initiative. It is introduced to support SE and SI for good in Malaysia. For every ringgit earned through crowdfunding, we will match the amount in a 1-to-1 ratio. Why are we doing this? One is we want to promote entrepreneurs for good, supporting business and individuals on a mission to make the world a better place. And besides that, we want to encourage the public participation. We noticed during the COVID situation, more and more people want to support the local, and not just local businesses. They support local businesses that create an impact, which is why we encourage having the SIM grant. We want to get social enterprises to crowdfund. By crowdfund, you get to encourage public participation, and also marketing about what you do. Also, at the end of the day, it's helping the impact that you're trying to focus on. And lastly, we want to scaling the solution for good. For every ringgit given, SIM will provide another. If you want to know more about the SIM grant, you can always go to our website, and you can start applying as the initiative has started since 1st August, and will end in a year or when the 10 million is finished. That's every SE Malaysia can apply. If you haven't registered as an SE, you're individual, you can get crowdfund up to 20K. If you're an SE Basic, you will get a matching grant up to 250,000 ringgit. And if you're an SEA, you can get a matching grant up to 500,000 ringgit. The next one will be Buy for Impact movement, and this is coming soon. We're going to start in September. Basically, we believe that we're going to create a marketplace for change, a campaign to celebrate SEs, shining a spotlight on the incredible impact they make. Basically, the idea is a campaign to promote conscious buying behavior and social innovation amongst the general public and private sector player. The message is simple. When you buy for impact, it creates a positive change for the whole ecosystem. That's what we're trying to instill. We have 4 weeks in a month. The first week will be launch week. There will be a few ministries will be there to launch the campaign. And then the week 2 is such, we have a theme, which is a buy for environment. 3 is a buy for arts and heritage. And the last week we buy for empowerment. You can also check on the Magic website once the details up, but it will be held in KL. It will be held virtually and physically. Virtually will be on the website, and physically will be somewhere in KL, which we will announce soon. So other than that, we also have social procurement, and we have SE incentive, where basically if you're part of the SEA, you get a discount rate for branding, for legal services, even for accounting services. And next one is a mentorship access. Right now we notice a lot of SE are working silo. They're not getting enough support. So we're creating a platform for mentorship where they can either do a peer-to-peer mentoring, or they can get a direct support from the corporates and corporate industry. But long term, right, what we want to focus on is we're focusing on building the SE ecosystem, which is why we want to start on corporate social innovation to seed and scale new innovative solutions. And also want to focus more on the policy incentive, like I mentioned earlier about getting SEA plus for tax exemption and all this stuff. So this is something that we are working on right now. But of course, there will always be more and more programs coming from Magic. If you want to know more, you can always go to either email us or go to our website. Thank you. Q&A will be done after everyone has finished sharing.
So thank you, Mr. Reza, on a very wonderful presentation. It's also such honorable to see that Magic is very supportive, especially in the early stage of the establishment of the social enterprise in Asia and the region. And then we also very impressed with the social impact matching grants that you already mentioned, especially for the businesses in a post-COVID-19 recovery. Thank you, Mr. Reza. So, all right.
Thank you.
So next, we will have Miss Ivy Wong Abdullah from Yayasan Hasanah Malaysia. She's with Yayasan Hasanah for a very long time. So it's just an honor to have her today with us in this morning. Hopefully we can get something valuable especially for the social enterprise to gain a knowledge from Yayasan Hasanah. So Ms. Ivy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cik Cairo, for the kind introduction. Let me share my slides. First of all, there it is. Thank you to Academy Science Malaysia and all the parties involved for the opportunity to be involved in this initiative. I do it for the youth, and I try to encourage more youth to participate in a lot of our programs. What I like to do is to present a background on Yayasan Hasanah and how are we involved in the social enterprise ecosystem. And to note that Hasanah is not the only foundation that is supporting SE in the country. So I see there's a lot of opportunities in space for youth, especially the SE movement, to do good for Malaysia. So in the background, Hasanah is the impact-based foundation of Khazanah Nasional, and we were set up in 2015. So more or less the same sort of development path that you've seen in Magic. So we have a sort of an ambition and a goal to look at Malaysia's sustainability through solutions that encourages involvement of communities. We need to be more inclusive and also to improve the environment that we are in. So Hasanah basically is backed by 5 impact areas that we're involved in: education, community development, environment, arts, heritage and culture, and also knowledge. Since 2015, we have supported about 63 partners doing or carrying out about 100 projects in Malaysia, and benefiting close to about 400,000 beneficiaries. So we have been involved in this through impact-based support project with a vision of long-term and creating good in the country. So as Jakarta mentioned, due to our country facing the COVID-19 pandemic, Hasanah was very fortunate to be given the honor to participate in the Prihatin initiative. I think the economic stimulus package before the Penjana, but it's still ongoing, to carry out support or giving benefits to working with social enterprises, NGOs, and civil society to help the economic, to build back the economic livelihood of our P40 communities. So through the special grant that was provided as to July 2020, we have now awarded about 7.6, awarded 42 projects worth 7.6 million ringgit. So just to give you an example of the SEs that have sort of applied to the grant, Tanoti, that's one of the SEs in Malaysia, and they looked at supporting their B40 communities, the tailors, both men and women, to produce mask, fabric mask, which is sort of certified by NIOSH, a 3-ply fabric that is to be given to our public school children in Kota Semarahan, Sarawak. So as you know, Sarawak was, Kota Semarahan in Sarawak was identified as a red zone area. So as they are now opening back schools and children are going back to schools, this is an initiative that is twofold, helping the communities, the B40 communities, but also supporting children going back to school in a more safe and safer and caring way. So that has been the project led by Tanoti. The other project is by Fly Technology Agriculture, or WMAP, as what Reza mentioned. And this is in Sarawak, and they are working to connect 5 farmers from the district of Padawan to the consumers in Kuching. So this is where we are helping the livelihood of the farmers, but also, how should I say, bringing awareness and healthier food to the consumers in Kuching and knowing who their farmers are. And the work is also helping to switch the traditional farmers, vegetable, fruits, to be more organic or sustainable ways of farming. The third example of SEs that has been involved in our special grant is Masala Wheels, and they are working to build the capacity of B40 in the Klang Valley to be F&B micro entrepreneurs. And so they have a target to elevate the economic situation of those communities they're involved in, and providing an end-to-end solutions that they get a particular revenue from this project, but also an increase in terms of their income. So these are 3 examples that I've shared, but I think out of the 42 that we have, so we have reached in total through the special grants, a huge load of number of people, 115,000 direct beneficiaries. This is not into the indirect beneficiaries. So we see an opportunity there for youth, and I would encourage more for the youth to participate, especially if they are involved in social enterprise. So regarding the Prihatin or Hasanah special grants, the grant value is about 250,000. What the intent of the special grant is to improve the quality of life of poor and the B40 communities and help them to get back on their feet. And this can only be done through the NGOs, civil societies, and also the SEs. So we have the mandate to look at all of Malaysia, Peninsula, Sabah, and Sarawak, and we want to sort of encourage more social enterprise to participate and to be able to contribute back to society, to communities, and do what you guys do best with this rapid mobilization, rapid activation, and supporting all in the work that you do. So that is pretty much my sort of input to this. And I see a huge opportunity for the youth in driving this initiative forward. So I look forward to any questions and queries that you may have. The organizers have my email, but please do look up our website and please do send us and apply for the grant. It is for the greater good. So important deadlines that you have to remember. Your proposal needs to be in before October. I think it's October 31st. And the project must end by April next year. So this is a 1-year grant that has been given by MOF to enable activation by NGO, civil societies, and social enterprises to help the communities in Malaysia to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'll end my presentation here, and I look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. It's very interesting to see that the Hasanah Special Grant have helped the community in a post COVID-19 to especially for the on the livelihood projects. It's very interesting to see. Yayasan Hasanah already covered very huge numbers of direct beneficiaries from that. Thank you so much, Ms. Ivy.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Mr. Nau Venet from Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, who will talk about social enterprise in Cambodia, who will be partners of also partners from the IDRC project led by UKM, UKMs. So in the meantime, I will pass the floor to Mr. Nau Venet. Sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. So let me share my slide. Okay. Can you see my slide, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. So very good morning, everyone. My name is Vanet. I'm a senior student of economic development, Royal University of Cambodia. And I'm also a research assistant of Dr. Chinida. And today, I'm celebrating International Youth Day. Really appreciate that, and really happy to share you about the Cambodian profile regarding the climate change situation and some youth activity related to the environmental issue and also the entrepreneurship. Okay, so firstly, let me briefly, outline for my presentation. In my presentation here today, I will, highlight more on the impacts of climate change, the overview of climate change in Cambodia, and then I will have some activity led by youth regarding to address environmental issue, and then I will end up in a conclusion on relation how important of youth and entrepreneurship to deal with the climate change impacts in the future, especially in Cambodia. Okay, so next. Let me begin with the briefly of the country overview. Maybe you guys know that the official name, Kingdom of Cambodia, Phnom Penh, which is for the GDP growth annually is around 70%, which is considered as a fast-tech country, growth country. Yeah. For related to the climate situation, guys, I want to tell attention that more than 20 provinces in Cambodia experience with the extreme impacts of climate change. However, among those, there are three, most vulnerable provinces that to the climate change. They are like Mandogiri, Ratanagiri, and Kampong Spur. Since those provinces are kind of like low adaptive capacity and they are low exposure, and on the other hand, they are very sensitive with the climate change. Yeah. Next. In this slide, I would like to share you about the pyramid population of Cambodia. as you can see in the figures, most of Cambodia population are very young people or they are young age. So yeah, I believe that for the adequate or suitable, you know, educational equipment or educational, I mean, providing so that in the future, maybe those people or young people can, you know, will create a more low carbon solution, meaning they produce a solution which they think more on the environment. Yeah, so this is very important. To the next one. In this, I want to talk about like natural disaster that occurrence in Cambodia. As you can see in the graph, it appears that the main natural disasters occurring in Cambodia are mainly floods, storm, and drought. So those kind of disaster or climatic hazard have very impacted to the Cambodia economics, human and lives, specifically plant animal. During 2015 and 16, I can say it was very impactful. Yeah. So like you can see in the picture, the droughts and also the floods. Yeah. And here specifically said that the impacts of the weather event or climatic hazard on the agricultural sector, which appear that in Cambodia, you know, like you can see in the graph, to some years or some duration, the impact was not so extremely, and some years the impacts or the, the bad effects, especially by floods, is very high. For example, during 2006, 2007, and 8, we can see that the impacts not so really extremely. However, during 2016 and 17 or 15, we can see that the impact, yeah, like dramatic high or yeah, very extremely. So it's show about the loss of, I mean, economics, and then it's very, you know, impact to those who are the next one. Okay, guys, after you may have some idea about the situation of the climate change in Cambodia. Now I want to raise some activity of use related environmental issue. It is basically Cambodia youth are already, you know, actively participating in the environmental issue or to address the environmental issue. However, in my presentation here, I just raised some activity that they have organized so far. Like the first one, I would raise an activity which is about cleanup event. This event, you know, was organized last year, meaning 2019, and those group, I mean, youth, they gather together, and then they come to collect the trash or the rubbish in Phnom Penh. They aim to, you know, send an impactful message to Cambodian people, yeah, to, I mean, regarding to the issue that of using single plastic, you know, since every single day more than 10 million single plastic used in Phnom Penh. So they believe that by action, I mean, they believe that actions speak louder than words. So they try to do much as they can, yeah, any activities. And here's another activities that of use regarding to environment. And here, like the event is that protects our earth for all. And that in that event, representative of youth, you know, they came to meet with the representative of environment, the Ministry of Environment, and then they discussed on, I mean, the real environmental issue that Cambodian facing, and also about the negative impacts on, I mean, the negative impacts of climate change, or yeah. And then after a very insightful, I would say, in that insightful discussion, the youth, propose or call for the government to strengthen the law enforcement, and then to monitor the local official for law response, I mean, for law enforcement. Meaning, yeah, they maybe the youth see that the law enforcement not really effective, I would say. So yeah, so they have to somehow to be more strengthen the law enforcement. Okay, for the next slide. In here, I also have one example of youth related the entrepreneurship. I would say most of young people or youth in Cambodia, they believe that by integrating the entrepreneurships, there will be a cool solution to address with the climate change, specifically in the future. So in that event that I raised example, like over 50 students and young entrepreneurs, they form a group together, and then they come to compete on a real issue, or on a real issue, sorry, on the real issue that is occurring in Cambodia. So after like competition, the winner groups, they see that the SME, or the small medium-sized enterprise, is a cool solution to address with the issue of climate in Cambodia. So they propose that Cambodian government should, create the agency, I mean the consulting agency, to have, especially for the small and medium-sized enterprise, to find means, to find, to find a very effective ways and to sell with the environmentals or the use, to sell the environment and environmental friendly and something like that. So since they, most of, I would say, enterprise in Cambodia are small and medium size. Okay, so now this moves to my conclusion. I want to sum up my presentation that Cambodia has been already, experienced with extreme impacts of climate change, specifically on the agricultural sector, which is, lead to loss of economic, social, humans, and plants, and so on. And on the other hand, for the youth, or young people in Cambodia, they are, already actively participating in the, addressing of the environmental issue, and they have organized so many events, such as like clean up event that I just example, like they come together to clean the cities, and yeah, in fact, there are so many more events or activity that youth have already organized. Yeah. In contrary, for the entrepreneurship, I would say in Cambodia, yeah, I have seen some enterprise that is found by the youth. For example, like Brown Cafe, yeah, the founder of Brown Cafe is a young people, and yeah, they are very successful in their business. So yeah, and however, for the last one, for the activity by youth regarding the entrepreneurship to address with the climate change, like you can see in my slide, I would say it is on early stage, meaning I have seen that there are some projects that is, linked with the entrepreneurship and in order to address with the climate change. For example, like the Red Plus project. But Red Plus project, provide the opportunity for youth and young people, to participating in the, like preserve our community forestry, so that the community, when they can preserve the forest, the community forestry, the community could, receive some money or some budget, and then they can use those money to build like a community or local infrastructures, such as well, such as community hall, such as school. So yeah, it's very cool, initiative that can, encourage or inspire young people to care about the forest, which is also useful to reducing the climate change also. And another and IBIS, yes, it's another project. It's similar, it's really similar to the Red Plus project. Okay, so that is all for my presentation today, and yeah, thank you for your time. I really appreciate that. Okay, so that is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bennett. It's such a wonderful to saw that the youth-led activity in Cambodia are currently rising up, especially the activity that related to the entrepreneurships in helping the SMEs, small medium enterprise in finding the solutions through science and technology. Thank you so much, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Ahmad Fairuz Muhammad Yusuf from Selangor Disaster Management Unit, Malaysia. So he is Chief Assistant Secretary of the Selangor Disaster Management Unit, currently heading this unit to coordinate timely reports with the information departments or agencies on potential risk of hazard and also to reduce the impact of disasters. Mr. Fairuz, I'll pass the mic to you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. First, I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to speak in this webinar. And how do I share the slide?
There is a share button over there. You can.
Okay.
The green button.
I see. Okay. Okay. Are you seeing the slide correctly?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Fairuz.
Okay. My name is Ahmad Fairuz. I'm the head of disaster management unit for Selangor State, one of the most developed state in Malaysia. Consists of 12 cities, 9 districts, and there's about 7.5 million in population. Contribute about 24% of Malaysian GDP at the moment. And I'm having trouble with the slide. I am so sorry. Okay.
Yes.
I got it right now. Okay. A little bit of introduction of my organization. I am a unit directly under the Chief Minister and the State Secretary, established in 2014. I was asked by the state government to set up a state-level disaster management unit. And by July 2017, we established a Smart Selangor Command Center, a centralized command center monitoring all vital weather data and sensors regarding flood, air pollution, water pollution, and many other things as well. We are monitored 24/7. And our objective is to ensure that the disaster operation conducted in a timely manner, and including aids and also the cleanup operation if in the event of any big disaster anywhere in Selangor state territory. And Selangor is a smart state in the making, and these are 12 domains of our Smart Selangor initiative, and I am very fortunate to be handling one of the domains, which is smart disaster management. And we are trying to have a lot of data to be analyzed and if we can see all the symptoms earlier, therefore we could initiate operation or maybe making the government invest in certain areas to avoid disaster from happening. But most of the time, we are monitoring all of these smart initiative in the command center, and from time to time, we propose to the state government some of the early intervention or mitigation that needed to be taken by the state. So this is the 6 years the Selangor Disaster Management Unit since established in 2014, and I would like to share some of our accomplishment regarding our operation. So as you can see from the slide, this is our Smart Selangor Command Center, monitoring from waste management, water treatment facilities, air pollution, water pollution, water quality, dams operations, and many more. And we also have a satellite data from our satellite agencies, monitoring weathers and transboundary haze. I would like to invite all of you learned people, institutions from all over the world to come and help us in building a smart Selangor better for the rest of Malaysia as well. And one of our accomplishments to date is securing a JICA partnership program worth 2.5 million in making the community understanding about disasters by having this kind of cooperation and collaboration with JICA, funded by JICA, with the help of EDDES from Tohoku University and also our local premium partner, University Technology Malaysia. We have secured this grant from JICA. This JICA partnership program will have started since 2018, and this is our third year, and we are going into the community into building a model which can be replicated all over other communities in adapting and understanding their local disaster needs. Some area might need a flood related disaster kind of understanding, and some areas might need a landslide kind of understanding, and others as well living in the city might need some kind of urban understanding of urban hazards kind of understanding. So with the JICA funding and our partner from EDDES Tohoku University and University Technology Malaysia, we have come up and a disaster risk report on certain of our areas that we have studied. And I'll be more than willing to share with you this preliminary disaster risk report as part of our earlier findings. And we hope that by the end of the project that we could come up with a module which can be replicated all over Malaysia by having to learn with the Japanese experience and best practices. And the next project that we have started is with the SID3 UKM with the fund of IDRC from Canada. That's worth about 1.5 million. We just launched it earlier this year. And this is more into building community resilience and look into social entrepreneurship by having to help them to understand the risk of a disaster in their own area and how they can survive in choosing what kind of entrepreneurship that's suitable with living in the disaster risk or prone area. And this is just launched earlier this year. So we are still designing some part of the community engagement, and hopefully after this COVID pandemic is over, then we can get into a real job on the ground. However, those data that we need in building the database are now compiling and being analyzed by our partner from SIDPRI. And the key activities, we have chosen some of the areas which are prone to certain kind of disasters, and a lot of data will be collected, layered, and also will be centralized in our command center. And hopefully from all this data, we can come up with a disaster resilience plan, which also can be adapted into the entrepreneur or business community. And the state of Selangor has also have their own our social support program towards entrepreneurship, having to be the most developed state in Malaysia. So we have a lot of young entrepreneurs. That's why we have a micro entrepreneurs fund, and also entrepreneurship in the IT field. So that our young and young entrepreneur could have a fund to start their business, to expand their business, and also the know-how in terms of the new normal of and the new IR 4.0 to be in the business as a way forward. And on top of that, we also help in the e-supply chain initiative, where those SMEs can also use the platform as their platform to start their businesses, and this will help them to get the supply can be arranged through online. So some of these businesses they do not have the e-supply kind of support. So with the help of this initiative, you can check on the website. The state initiated this to help them to have more coverage from the internet and more social media, so that they can have more coverage on their products. On top of that, this is the picture of Selangor Chief Minister, my boss, right? Well, to date, Selangor as a state has already pledged or spent about almost 500 million or half a billion worth of fund in multiple initiatives just to help with COVID-19 pandemic in terms of economic impact. You know, these are the things that the people need. We need to change their normal from conventional businesses to something new. That's why we are promoting all the online internet-based businesses, so that business can still be run, and also we can also control the COVID pandemic impact. So I would like to invite everybody from this seminar to come and meet us, because we are open for joint ventures and cooperation, collaboration. We have a lot of partners today, including local universities, international grant, and also international universities. We hope that by 2021, well, technically in 2021, our Selangor intelligent operation center, an upgraded version of our command center will be up and running. Therefore, we need all the help we can academically to understand all these data, all these symptoms, or all of this information, so that the policy of the state can be inclusive of youth, disaster per se, risk reduction, and climate change, and so on and so forth. So that's all for me. Thank you very much. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. It's very honored to see that Smart Selangor already have a 12 domains, over 60 initiatives to help, especially the local social entrepreneurs, especially in Selangor, in a post-COVID-19 event. So we are currently ahead of time. Thank you so much to all the speakers who are timely presented their presentation. So now I would like to have all the speakers with me for the Q&A session. So we will have a very long time for the Q&A sessions. So for all participants, if you have questions, kindly post it into a chat box that already placed in that Zoom room, and also for the Facebook's one. All right, so can we start now the Q&A session? Okay, so I have all the speakers now. So we have heard from all the speakers this morning about how the enablers can get can encourage especially the youth-led social enterprise to get involved or to start up their own enterprise. So especially the enablers from Yayasan Hasanah and also from the Magic. It's such a wonderful to see that both Yayasan Hasanah and also Magic have their own like accreditation and how to encourage the youth-led social enterprise. So I have questions currently from a chat box now. Question from Chris to Miss Ivy and Mr. Reza. Do you have an example of a law in your country which promotes social enterprise? So, Mr. Reza, we start first.
Yeah, I can take that. So basically right now, there's no a specific law or legality on social enterprises, but we do have a guideline, which is why I think early last year, the government announced on the accreditation of social enterprise. So it's more like a guideline for people to know what is social enterprise in Malaysia, how does it work, what's the business model, and currently Magic is helping the ministry on looking for SE, the one that I mentioned just now. There's SE Basic, there's SEA, SEA Plus. So that's the only guideline that we have so far. But I know that currently there are government and also there are agencies that are working on coming out with the specific law for that.
Maybe I can interject a little bit. For all SEs, they are part of a business entity. And so they are legally mandated to be registered under the Registrar of Companies, the ROC. And that is the first layer. So any companies, if they are in operation in Malaysia, they have to be under ROC. And that's the first layer that we look at. For Hasanah, in terms of supporting the SEs, this is one of the criteria. They have to be legally registered with ROC. They have a more than 2 years in operations and having an audited financial statements. So these are the very basic sort of legal requirements we look at when we are supporting SEs in the country. Thank you.
All right. The next question is also to Miss Ivy. Do you have any examples of a civil society organization that partners outside Malaysia, or in Malaysian social enterprise can collaborate with regional counterparts? The example of
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, in Hassana, we are only mandated to carry out our projects or support civil society in the country. We have yet to expand beyond than that. But I think there are other foundations and especially the banks like Maybank that support civil society and SEs through their banks in the region. For one is Maybank and CIMB Foundation. They do support quite a fair range of SE activities and civil society organizations in the country where they operate. So it'd be great if you can get in touch with them and see how those support can be, channeled to your efforts in your country.
Good, good. Thank you, Ms. Ivy. I hope that in the future, maybe Magics and Yayasan Hassana could promote that in DRR. A way forward is for enablers to encourage regional social enterprise to partners with Malaysian. So in this way, the capacity of social entrepreneurs in Malaysia will be enhanced, and to reach of Malaysian social entrepreneurs to the region will be widened. So particularly important for the Southeast Asia area where Malaysia currently has the third highest GDP after Singapore and Brunei. So we hope that Yayasan Hassana could encourage Malaysians to collaborate with the regional social enterprise on this. Next question, I think, to Mr. Fairuz from Zurida. I'm interested with the report that you just have mentioned on SEDA. Please let me know who should I contact to access it.
Well, thank you for the request of the risk report. Well, you can email me. My email is ahmad_fairuz@selangor.gov.my, and we'll send you a digital copy of it so you can look into the reports. I hope the organizer can share my email to all these people who are interested to have that risk report copy so that we could, help you distributing it.
Yeah. So maybe you can type your email in the chat box so everyone could know your emails over
yes,
there. Okay. So the next question to Mr. Fairuz also. You mentioned that Selangor have a 500 million plan to stimulate the economy, almost $500 million.
Yes.
Will the state government allocate my money to combat the environmental challenges Selangor faces, such as the urban heat island effect?
Well, this year, last year we have approved a research fund and for the sea level increase study, and just 3 weeks ago we just approved another research funding for DPPC, Disaster Prevention Center of UTM, almost about 1 million into landslide. Well, technically the state is willing to listen to proposal with enough data to support any issues or whatever that the problems that that's happening. So my job is from time to time to facilitate this proposal to be to reach the state government and cabinet, and we can discuss about whether it is in our jurisdiction to study it or it is in terms of federal government jurisdiction to research for it. So yes, we do approve from time to time with proposal in terms of environment, water pollution, air quality, depending on the issues and also the state financial capability. I hope that answers. That's why I open my doors to all international organizations and also local universities, because technically I'm not an academic. I'm just a chemical engineer handling disaster management for 7.5 million people. So I might understand some of the data, but you know, I can only do so much with the help of all learned people from this platform. I would like to have more analytics, algorithm, or whatever capabilities, because I have the smart center, I have the cloud computing, I have all the big screens, the drones, the sensors sending all this data without nobody understanding what we are, you know, how are we going to interpret it so that we can have a sound policy or research proposal, right?
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. So next question is to Mr. Bennett from RUPP. So the question is, do you have any other example of the youth-led social enterprise in Cambodia to start venturing into the tech-savvy application, such the digital technology that were used by youth-led social enterprise in Cambodia? Do you have any example on that?
Yes, so
Mobile
thank you.
apps or...
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, we have, I have seen, but I kind of not remember that the name. But yeah, they use the app and they buy the locals, like kind of vegetables, fruits, or other agricultural commodity to sell. And yeah, they have a specific app that people can go and book so that, and they will be a deliver service, yeah, to the buyers. And they also use like a social media platform to share that kind of goods or communities, yeah, so that everyone can go and buy. And specifically, those company, like they sell like the natural, I mean, commodity for example, natural vegetables naturally. They don't use like kind of chemical, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. So there is also a question. I think this is a very general. So every speaker, I don't know who will answer on this, but you are free to answer on this. From Kristeta Galano, she mentioned that UK universities have dedicated departments to supporting students or staff entrepreneurs with experienced mentors, base funding, training, etc. Do similar initiatives exist in Southeast Asia? Do anyone know?
I can take it first. I think, yeah, there's a few universities in Malaysia that focusing on that. In fact, there's I can say one of it is like Sunway University. They have a department that focus on SE. They do programs. Right now, they do a program called Make It Challenge for university students. The students have to, within 4 weeks, they have to solve 3 SDGs. So there are programs like this by universities where they encourage their students to do more of program, and we need to get a grant for them to kickstart their SE. So there's Sunway University, there's Taylor's. So a lot of university in Malaysia is slowly focusing on. There's even a syllabus on social entrepreneurship in some of the Malaysian university right now.
Thank you, Mr. Reza. Mr. Ivy, do you have any thought on this? Have you heard any other universities in the regions of Southeast Asia have this kind of programs? Have you heard before? No.
Well, thank you for that question. I think Reza has aptly covered. As far as I know, Sunway University is working on this. Other university, I'm not in the know. But I think the experts on how SE works, what are their investment type of portfolios, their business plans, and how to survive as an SE, Magic is the go-to center I think they are the focal point in Malaysia for that. So any SEs in the country, please go and see Magic. They are, you have to flood them with all your queries and questions, and they can do the work to help you guys out. We need more SEs in the country, and on our side, Hassana, we provide the platform to support your work, but we don't have a core business to look at SE development in the country. So this one, we are complementing Magic. And so we are involved with Magic through the SIM grant as well. So Hassana is on the approval committee for that. And so we support wherever we can. But basically Hassana, we are a grant maker. So we give funding, we give support to the NGOs, the civil society and the SEs that are working aligned or in tandem with us for the country. So that's what we do. But in terms of expertise in building capacities on SE and all that, please go to Magic. They should be your focal point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ivy.
Thanks for that, Ivy. I forgot to mention, like basically, yeah, we do have a pool of list of universities that we work with. Even we have our own student challenge called University Startup Student Challenge. So if any of students out there, if you want to know more, if you're not sure which uni have that, you can go through us and we can pass to the right department and they can source you which university have focusing on SE. Even right now, I think just to add, just recently UKM is also now focusing more on social entrepreneurship.
So the accreditation is with Magic, and then the funding is with Yayasan Hasan. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. So next question is to Mr. Fairuz. There is also about the e-commerce program in the Smart Selangor. Especially, do you have any thought on that, the e-commerce program, to help youth, especially to start their online businesses and e-commerce? Can you elaborate on that? Sorry, Mr. Fairuz, you are muted. Mr. Fairuz, you are muted. Sorry, Mr. Fairuz, we can't hear you. You are muted.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Is it okay?
Yes, we heard
you.
Just
well, it's not my responsibility to do with this entrepreneurship and everything. However, I can give you a little bit of information. Well, the state helps with our young entrepreneurs into e-businesses and e-platform, e-kitchen, e-payment, and everything that's e in front of it. E-ride, almost we try to help the people to get back on their feet and without having to do normal transaction, but business as usual using e-support. That's why all this e-platform initiative has been taken into as part of Selangor initiative. But I am willing to give more information, but I don't have it at the moment. However, you can check on our Chief Minister Facebook or our website to look for those kind of information as well.
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. Mr. Bennett, you presented just now is all about the university supportive mechanism to youth, especially in social entrepreneurs. How about your government? Do you have any specific department in your government that support the social enterprise, or grants or anything for youth-led social enterprise?
Okay, so yeah, thank you. That is very important question. I would say, maybe I'm not sure, but I would say my idea, the government, try to set a adequate, legals or policy that support and encourage for the SME, such as and then they try, the government, try to create a, like environmental I mean, they suitable a very easy environmental site, like they have created like the e-form that all SME can register, yeah, register officially, and uh, uh, they create like the kind of that, and then uh, based on I read the National Development Plan, SME is considered as one of, I mean, key drivers of Cambodia to for the poor to get away from the poverty line. Since the you know, like I just mentioned, around more than 90% of enterprise are small and medium size. So government really focus on, yeah, the developments of SME in Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Bennett.
you.
We have 5 minutes left. I think I will give another 2 more questions. There's a lot of questions coming in from the chat box. So I think to Mr. Reza about the Malaysian National Transformation 2050. So we know that the TN50 was launched in 2017. So toward the 2050, how Magic could strategize the shape of the social enterprise and nurture the emerging future economies, especially through your through Magic Innovation Supercluster.
Okay, right
Have an
now,
idea on that?
no, so right now, obviously, it's what's happening now. When we started the SE, we were always talking about creating more SE, creating more SEs. But if you're looking on the TN50 kind of point of view, it's no longer about creating new. It's all about helping the one that existing now. So that's why we started the program. If you can see, starting this year, even starting last year, we are no longer doing more of a capacity building, like starting a new one, because that one we always pass. Now you can see a lot of universities are venturing into that. Even some of corporates are venturing into creating new SE, solving the SG issue. So Magic role here is basically more of capacity building in terms of creating a mentorship platform, connecting with corporates, providing access. So that's what we're building right now. Of course, TN50 is in the long run, but as mentioned earlier, one thing that we're doing on a long-term plan is to start creating a tax incentive. So that would, because right now, the biggest challenge for SEs in Malaysia is whenever a corporate want to procure something, they will try to go to a normal businesses, or whenever they want to do their CSR, they always go to the NGO. The reason being because of the tax exempt. So by getting the tax exemption for social enterprises in Malaysia through the accreditation, it can help to boost the corporate interest in procuring from SE. So that is one of the things that we're doing right now, which is especially the big one is on tax incentive. Then secondly, we also want to focus more on how we can start to legalize social enterprise. Because right now, I think a lot of questions are asking, oh, if I want to start an SE, should I register? What should I register in? So right now, the only way to register, you can either register as a company, registrar of company, or registrar of society. SE falls into ROC, which is in the same pool of normal businesses. So people will still getting confused. They will see that difference. So we're hoping by having a tax incentive, having their own legalization of a SE business, it can help to penetrate more, and hoping more and more people will start thinking, hey, you want to create impact for them, impact for the community, impact for the environment. So this is the 2 main things that we're focusing on. But of course, we will still doing the mentorship, the procurement, any kind of program like grants. Whenever government has grants, if they have a grant for SE, usually it goes to Magic, and we'll partner with multiple agencies like even Yasana Sana and other respective partners.
Thank you, Mr. Ras. So there's a lot of questions coming in asking about the registration with the ROC and ROS. So I think that is essential to register that because it will affect the future funding opportunity, isn't it?
Yes, correct. So the
You have to
reason
register.
when people register at ROC, then when we register as ROC, and then we can see there's a high demand right now for SE. So when they see there's high demand for SE, that's why we can start creating an own legal definition of it. Because if more and more just register at ROS or become an NGO, then the government or the public won't see there's a demand for it. So that's why we encourage people, yes, if you're an SE, register yourself as a company. And we at Magic will try our best to make it like there's a legal division, or we also try our best to make it everyone can easily get the tax exemption. So that's the main goal that we're trying to focus on, besides the capacity building that it's been doing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Reza. So this is a very there is another one question that very interesting. I think this question to all the speakers. What are the attributes of good social entrepreneurships from your experience? We start with Mr. Bennett first. On your thoughts on this. Attributes to be a good social entrepreneur.
Okay, to my ideas, like the very important attributes of social entrepreneurship, like the first one, which is caring about the environmental, which means like the goods or the product would be, you know, kind of environmental friendly, yeah, and especially for the entrepreneurs, before they come up with an idea, they have to think about like our planet, which means, yeah, what kind of goods or production that more, less or less effective to our environment. So this is the first attribute. And for the another is that for like the ways of distribution or the ways of promotion. For example, like they should use like the e-form to advertise their kind of production, so that everyone can see and can judge whether, yeah, the production really good or something like that. So yeah, so thanks.
Reza, the attributes to be a good social entrepreneur from your perspective.
The main thing is always about sustainability. If you want to start an SE, you need to figure out how to make money. It all started by you want to create an impact. But if you can't make money, how you want to create a sustainable impact? So that's one thing that I always tell people, like, even if right now you're not sustainable, it's fine if you have a goal to be sustainable. Because again, not all business can be sustainable since day one. But if you're seeing that based on projection, can be sustainable in 3 months or 6 months, as long as you have a good plan to make it sustainable, that's the first thing I feel is an attribute to be a social entrepreneur. Secondly, on my point of view, is always fall in love with your vision, but don't fall in love with your idea. What's your vision? What do you want to create impact in? Environment. If you want to create impact in food waste, what are the ways in doing food waste? Not just like you have one idea, I want to say food waste in plan A, and the plan A failed, you give up. No. If you want to really care about environment, you fall into the idea of creating, resolving food waste. The idea can be anything. So I think these are the two things I really want to push about being sustainable, have a plan to be sustainable, and also fall in love with your vision. That's from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Reza. Ms. Ivy, the questions on attribute of a good social entrepreneur from your perspective.
Thank you, Cik Karul. I think for me, for an SE, you need to know what is the intent of your setup, the causes that you want to support. The very intent is that, the notion that SE is there to do good. You have a cause that you see, you have a role to play. And I think in most cases, it's the sincerity that you want to solve that problem. As what Reza mentioned, sustainability is a key factor, but these are something that through tools and capacity building and knowledge, this can be built. But you have to be persistent, you have to be resilient in learning new things. Don't be so stuck in your ways to not explore other things that can help your SE movement ahead. And I think it is good for the youth, because the youth are very resilient and have the very persistent way of doing things that are not the normal ways. And I think this is good for the country. Thank you.
Mr. Virus, do you have thought on that?
Well,
how to be good attributes to be a good social entrepreneur?
I think this is the time for our youth or young entrepreneur to see that not only making money, you also need to ensure that you can live with that money in the world that you're gonna stay, right? So what's the point of having money? Because you can't eat money, you can't drink money when you pollute and when you waste, when you didn't recycle. So I think a good business now is to have some kind of a sustainability into environment kind of way, you know, the way forward where you can make money and also keep the keep Mother Nature also sustainable for your children's and your children's children's. Because at the end of the day, you can't drink money, you can't eat money, and you can only, you know, you will consume the earth until the earth consume you. So that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. There is another one question for you, Mr. Fairuz. What is the government rules, especially the state government, to encourage youth involvement in policy making, especially regarding the environment?
Well, through NGOs, well, you can voice your opinion, and with the right promotion and the right support, well, you don't have to be heard 100% on your first. You know, you want to be heard exactly when you want to be heard. No, it doesn't work that way. Your ideas need to be processed, and other people or maybe a government or institution need time to process. They need data. So rather than just speak about it, I think with enough data or enough support, enough partners, your voice will be heard. You know, it's not just about they don't listen to you because they have so many ears to listen to, right? We have the youth, and then we have other necessities as well. Take care of other other element as well. So when you have when you want your voice to be heard, your ideas to be processed, you need to have it in a constructive manner, you know, rather than just the government are not doing enough. What the government can do, and what can you do to help the government understand? Because we can't do it by ourselves, because it's the government from the people, for the people, by the people. Because it's you. You elect your political leaders, and if these political leaders, or maybe the people that they do not have enough understanding on certain issues, you know, that's why you yourself need to understand why are you doing this, why these ideas need to be you know, put forward. You know, I think we just need to have more information on certain issues and understand it, and then you know, it will take time. But Malaysia is not number one, but it's still number 17 from 100 or 200 countries in the world. So I think it's not that bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. This is where the science evidence-based for decision making is very important. So even we are speaking in different language, the science evidence-based have to be translated into understandable for the policy maker actually. Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. Ms. Ivy, do you have any, does a gender play a role in social entrepreneurs? Do you find men or women tend to be more successful in social entrepreneurship?
Oh, that is a very sensitive question, but I don't see that. I've met a few youth from both genders, and they are doing very well. So I think it is really the individual. So I encourage all, and we at Hasana are very inclusive. And yeah, so it's not a gender thing to be successful.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Another one question for you, Ms. Ivy. If we are from university and try to organize university service program in targeting the B40 groups or rural area, can we apply for that grant?
Yes, you can. But if you're a university, we will encourage you to go through your, there is a holdings or a consultancy arm for the universities, which is legally established or registered. So maybe use that platform to apply. But really the grant is about what do you want to do and what the outputs that you can see in this short period of time. And it's really about the actions that you do. So we are looking for an end-to-end solutions to help the targeted communities. It's just not just going into the community and do a training, but we want to see an output from that particular training that you do, and how have you touched the lives of that community, and can they carry that on later when the NGOs or the CSOs or the SE leave that community. So we are looking for those kind of very, sort of original ideas that can help the target community. So we have people working with the disabled, the the old, the geriatric, the old folks, providing all sorts of activities from public health, awareness building. So it's so much that you can do. So it's just look at what your skills and what you can give back to communities. Just by way of promoting it, Hasana will be organizing an open day for our special grant on the 25th, 26th of August. Please look at our, please go visit our website and then get more details there, and then do register. And then we will explain the step-by-step process on applying for the grant should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy. I hope that the organizers will take note on that and disseminate the info from Ms. Ivy that she shared just recently, so to everyone. So another one thing, Ms. Ivy, we know that Yayasan Hasana has many focus area, and then one of it is a community that you have presented just now. What is other focus area besides of the community? Is there any specific?
So we have 5 pillars. So we have education, and under education, we have our scholarship program, the Yayasan Khazanah Scholarship, which sends students, this is the elite or very cream of the cream students, to pursue their higher education from both undergraduates, masters to PhD level as well. Within education as well, we look at programs to support co-curricular activities with schools on environment education and also arts education as well. So that's the education pillar. Besides the community development pillar, we also have the environment pillar, of which I'm responsible for. And we look at actions or activities or initiatives that looks at protecting our natural assets. So this is looking at supporting CSOs, NGOs in programmatic work on the ground. So we can look at activities in the forest, rivers, and also the marine areas. And how do we look at protecting these areas as our Malaysia's natural-based solutions, as the climate change lingo has it, to address climate change adaptation. But we also look at building environment consciousness among the communities. So we support quite a range of programs, namely with Roots and Shoots Malaysia, that's promoting youth volunteerism, to look at working with our NGO partners on the ground, learning more about environment causes and what they're doing and how can they give back to society. The 4th pillar is on arts, heritage, and culture. And this is looking to work to preserve and conserve what is Malaysia's cultural identity in the country, and how do we work to support the artisans that has been developing all the sort of artifacts that we have, or the cultural how should I say, identity that we have. The last bit is on knowledge, and that is where we are doing a lot of capacity building sessions with our stakeholders to look at any issues. We do carry out a lot of ilmu sessions, and we encourage people to come and visit our website to see more of those activities being promoted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ivy. I think after we heard from Magic, Yayasan Asana, State Selangor, and also from Cambodia, this is something that youth in Malaysia at the moment would like to collaborate with the youth in the region for the benefit of youth in the ASEAN and the world. Perhaps Magic, Yayasan Hasana, State Selangor can consider this type of initiative in the future. Yeah. So thank you so much. I think there is another 5 minutes more. So I think the last words from all the speakers. If you have any last words, Mr. Bennett.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, the last word is that I'm really thanks for the group organization that create this workshop, and yeah, and then I have chance to share about what Cambodia youth are doing regarding, especially for the climate change and how they contribute to those kind of issues, and yeah, really appreciate that. And I hope in the future, it's not only Cambodia, but at the regional level, we could cooperate, come up with a cool initiative to address, since we are all, live on only a single Earth or single planet, so we have to care, we have to work cooperatively. So meaning more heads or more idea could be always better than one. So yeah, that is all for me, and thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Reza, any last word?
For me, my last word will be just do it. I think if you have an impact, everyone has impact in their heart. It's just a matter of when to start. And also don't be afraid to start small. Because the goal, once you start, you know it works or not, and you have a passion. But unless you start, you always have the lingering frame like, can I do, can I not? So I think the key word here, no matter whether it's your student, your NSE, your agency, wherever you are, whether in Malaysia or any regional, just do it. Everyone can be a mentor for you. You can learn from anyone, or whatever idea in Cambodia might work in Malaysia, anything. But the key word here is just do it. That's all. Not taking from Nike, but yeah, just do it.
Thank you, Mr. Reza. Mr. Fairuz, last word from you.
I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of a motivational speaker, but in a way, having to set up a new thing since 2014, where very little people understand about what you need and what you want, because getting into their mind might take a little bit of work and effort, So don't give up. Well, sometimes when you ask for 10 things, you'll get 5. But 5 is good enough to start. And sometimes you get 11. That's even more than you expected. Life is like that. So having to, introduce new things, you get a lot of no's all the time, right? Because they don't understand new things. That don't give up. Keep explaining and keep looking a new way to explain, so that they will finally understand. And once they got the idea, sky is the limit. I started with a small office. Now I am building an intelligent operation center with artificial intelligence, with satellite connection, drones and everything. If I were to give up the first month, I look at my new office 6 years ago, I won't be here. So don't give up, and move on, and don't give up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fairuz. So that speech is very inspirational for me. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Fairuz. Miss Ivy, last word from you.
Well, I don't know, just reach out, network with people, learn more things, and as Reza said, just do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Ivy. So we will finish this session. Thank you so much to all the speakers for spending your time. Hopefully you will stay until the panel session. We will have you in a panel session at 12 o'clock. Hopefully all of you will join that. My last word is hopefully the inputs from this session will be useful towards the development of the DRR Social Entrepreneurs Handbook and also DRR Social Entrepreneurs Roadmap, which will be developed under the IDRC funded project. Thank you so much. I pass back to our MC today.
Thank you, Mr. Khairul, for moderating session 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to session 9, real-world case studies. This session will be moderated by Ms. Jasrina Kaur. Jasrina is an active member with Malaysian Youth Delegation, a youth climate advocacy group that aims to amplify the voice of youth in climate movements through education and mobilization. She is currently working as an environmental consultant with a focus in waste management with an Australian-based company. I now invite Jasrina to deliver her opening remarks and take over the session. Welcome, Jasrina.
Thank you so much, Shazwani, for the lovely introduction. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. I would like to firstly thank the Mahathir Science Award Foundation, Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and other partners of this event for trusting me with the opportunity to participate and fill in the role of a moderator for this honorable event, which is held, as we know, in conjunction with the 2020 International Youth Day celebration. Before we proceed with the section, I'd like to start off by first setting the scene and providing an understanding of social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship, as some of us might know, is defined as an approach or efforts taken by individuals, groups, startup companies, or entrepreneurs in which they would develop, fund, and implement innovative solutions to address social, cultural, or environmental issues. We have observed from the effects of COVID how vulnerable and fragile the human population is. If we could be impacted to such an extent by a virus that is not visible to the naked eye, it should be without doubt that we start placing more importance on minimizing the impact from evident events such as increasing frequency of natural disasters, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, all of which we know have significant health impacts, economical impacts, as well as impacts on human migration patterns, which we discussed in the sessions yesterday. There is growing evidence of the significant role social entrepreneurships play in this space. The benefits and impacts generated from social entrepreneurships today may range from long-term community resilience to reduction in poverty and vulnerability towards disasters, particularly in developing nations and in communities that are moving towards recovery and reconstruction. Participation of youths and young professionals could initiate forward-thinking and creativity that would then drive innovation, which is imperative to building community resilience. We will continue today's session with a focus on existing youth social entrepreneurships in the tropics, whom have made valuable contributions through their platforms in solving or navigating issues faced as an impact of disasters and climate change. They have done so through the use of science, engineering, and technology, to name a few. We hope this session will inspire and encourage everyone tuning in this morning to contribute within reach and to maybe even start off your own enterprise, if this is an available opportunity. We have learned from the sessions yesterday that it takes collective effort, collaboration, and unity within a community to allow us to build resilience towards the impacts of disasters and climate change. Therefore, it is important that we initiate the discussion and discover ways we can move forward towards creating a safer and healthier place for all. Before I pass my time over to the speakers, I would like to bring your attention to the chat function to participants joining us on Zoom. You'll find it at the bottom of your screens. All participants are requested to please use this chat function to submit your questions during the session. Without further ado, I'd like to pass my time over to Mr. Septian Firmansyah, one of the founders of Sky Volunteer, which is a social entrepreneurship based in Indonesia. Mr. Septian, please feel free to begin when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Septian Firmansyah, and I will present about Sky Volunteer. Let me share the screen. Okay, I will introduce you to Sky Volunteer. Sky Volunteer is a cool collaboration between volunteerism, business, and innovation. We are managed by Sinersia Foundation, powered by You Inspire Indonesia, and tech supported by local UAV companies, mostly based in Bandung, West Java. And we are ready to accelerate its movement and level up its impact for humanity. The problems we see is, you can see at this page, there are so many hazards all around Indonesia. This is this circle is means the earthquake all over Indonesia from 100 years ago. This is provided by Pusgen and updated at 2017. With this many of hazards, disaster management in Indonesia not optimizing yet the power of spatial data technology. So that's why we try to provide the solution. The first one is aerial risk assessment in disaster risk reduction. The second is aerial damage assessment in emergency response. And the third one is aerial mapping and monitoring in post-disaster rehab. Mostly we use the UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle or drones. You can or drones, and we are using the multi-rotor and also the fixed wing UAV. The problems we see as the opportunity, so we can use this technology in disaster risk reduction for making the risk map, and also in emergency response for making the hazard map. I will show you the example or case study case if we have some times at the end of the presentation. What we want to achieve is we want the people in Indonesia understand the risk, understand that we are live in the middle of many hazards, and we are live in the very vulnerable country. So we have to understand the risk. By understanding the problem as a whole and integrated, we could find the best and appropriate solution to the problem. Spatial data provided by UAV is an optimal way to understand the problem. In this case, disaster risk at an area. With better understanding, we can make a better planning and we can saving life. This is the potential partner we try to address. Our main target is BNPB. BNPB is Indonesia Disaster Management Agency, the National Disaster Management Agency, and there is a subsidiary potential partner. This is the Provincial Disaster Management Agency. This is the regional one, UN agencies, then NGO, and Zakat Foundation. In Indonesia, there are so many Zakat Foundation, and they have a potential market. At first, this is our problem. We are flying without wings. Means, actually, the Sky Volunteer at first have no drones at all, have no UAV or unmanned aerial vehicle at all. So what we do is making a network. We build a network. We call the Pentahelix network. We make the network with government, with the disaster management agencies, and then geospatial information agencies. And with the corporate mostly this is the local UAV company, this Terra Drone Indonesia, Beta, Zenith, etc. They are committed to provide us all their technology when the disaster comes in emergency response and also at disaster risk reduction. Then we will make a network with universities like ITB and Universitas Indonesia. They, especially with the geodesy and geography lecturer, they have many talents that can provide us the GIS engineers and also the GIS analysts. And we also make the network with media like siagabencana.com and other media. And of course the NGO or CSO like UN agencies and of course UN Inspire. This is the lesson learned on how we build the social enterprise in Indonesia. Maybe this is different with others, but this is what we learn. The first one is we have to generate idea. This is a very sometimes feels complicated because the idea becomes at first it becomes so abstract. So we have to make it more clear, and then at the phase two we make or create a team. Then the two is building network. Phase 4, first flight, and the phase 3 is keep flying but stay down to earth. Okay, this is some study case what we do in Indonesia. The first one is aerial risk assessment. We have done some risk assessment at Mentawai, West Sumatra at 2017 till 2018. Then Lembang, West Java at 2018 till 2019. And then South Shoreline of Java 2019. Negeri 5 Maluku, Banda Neira Maluku. This is the case study number 1 on disaster risk reduction. Negeri 5 flash flood at 2013. Yeah. Negeri 5 is a village in Maluku. It's at the eastern part of Indonesia. At 2013, a river across that village drained even in rainy season. The local government thought that must be a problem at the upstream, but it was impossible to go there by foot. So the fixed-wing unmanned aerial vehicle chosen for assessment at the upstream. This is the 3D model we created. You can see that there is a trap water over here, and there is a landslide. Yeah, the water trapped because of the landslide. And this is the riverway. And this is the village, the Negeri 5 village. We make the situation map and identification. Yes, like this, trap water, landslide, riverway, and this is the polluted area, Negeri 5. We also make the topographic modeling and analysis. From the result of aerial risk assessment done with BNPB, the Disaster Management Agency, we understand that there will be a flash flood 6 months later. Before the flash flood happened, the local government and the regional disaster management agency evacuate the people of Negeri 5. Even there are people that refuse to evacuate and become victims, we can prevent a bigger disaster by appropriate risk assessment. So we can see at this case study that if we understand the risk, if we understand how to evacuate the victims, we can saving life. We can save the lives of people. This is the other result of Mentawai Island at 2017 and 2018. And this is behind the scene how we work together with the people. And okay, next, this is the case study of aerial damage assessment. The first time we do aerial damage assessment is at Garut flash flood in West Java 2016, then Lombok Island earthquake 2018, Halmahera earthquake at 2019, and also there is Ambon earthquake at 2019. Sorry, I forget to update. Okay, this is the case study on Halmahera earthquake at 2019. Our mission is two. The first one is arrive to the affected area at the first 24 hours. Then the second one is doing rapid aerial assessment and support the earthquake response team with spatial data. This is Halmahera at the eastern part of Indonesia. And our team comes to Halmahera from the western part of Indonesia, from West Java, Central Java, and East Java, all from Java Island. This is our challenge on how to get to Halmahera at the first 24 hours, and we have to admit that we are failed to do that. This is our plan and action. The problem is there is no system of there is no procedure yet on how to deploy the UAV teams. So at the first 3 days, our challenges is the administrative things. And we can do the first mapping at Bacan Island at day 6. And in Indonesia, emergency response, the first emergency response is only provided at the first 7 days. And after 7 days, we have to move to another phase of disaster management. This is the map we provide to BNPB. Our first data and report then affect the decision maker to extend the emergency phase. And finally, we make 9 affected village maps for BNPB to be used for the next phase. The behind the scene, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Septian, for that amazing presentation. It's really interesting to hear how you've managed to use your passion in aviation for humanitarian works purposes. It's also great to see how places that can't be reached by food or by usual transportation can be reached by this aerial technology that you've used to help people or save people from the effects of landslides and other disasters. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Next, I will be calling upon Dr. Ranit, one of the co-founders of RICA in India, which is a research-based social entrepreneurship startup in India. Feel free to begin when you're ready, Dr. Ranit.
Yep. Good morning, everyone from Japan, and thank you for this platform. So, okay, I'm Ranit Chatterjee, the co-founder of Resilience Innovation Knowledge Academy. Resilience Knowledge Innovation Knowledge Academy stands for RICA. We call it in short RICA. And we try to provide innovative disaster risk reduction solutions today for a resilient tomorrow. So for today's presentation, I'll just take you through my personal journey, why we formed RICA, how we work in RICA, and some projects that we have done recently from RICA. And I guess that's something which will give you a fair amount of idea of how we try to stand out in this competing world. Okay, so before I move into why RICA, I'll just try to give you a brief background of why of my journey into disaster management, and then why RICA was necessary. So I graduated as an architect way back in 2004. And then in 2004, the architecture was fairly a new field in India. And not much of opening were there for people to get involved in it. Slowly, people were trying to learn that architecture is important. People need to design buildings, and rather than masons need to design buildings. I worked as an architect for 4 years, but then somehow I got a bit miffed with the idea that as an architect, I am not allowed to design much, but more follow the seniors, or more follow the client ideas rather than follow my own idea. And also, I'll just go back and share with you a background from my geographical location where I was there. Many of you might have heard of 99 super cyclone that struck Odisha. Odisha is an eastern state in India. And in 99, I happened to be in Odisha, and that's when I joined my architecture course. So I was on my way to joining my university. My parents were with me, and they dropped me at the university, and they were on their way back. And then this cyclone struck, and they were caught in between Odisha and another state, adjoining state, and we lost contact. And we were not able to contact for almost 1.5 months. So yeah, I had no idea that what exactly is going on there. I think that was there somewhere in the back of my mind. And then I remember I was looking at an opportunity where I can have a niche. So I came across this call for application from one of leading institutes in India on social sciences, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, who started a disaster management course way back in 2007. And that was something I joined. And it was an instant, like kind of a, I would say, reflex action that this is something which I want to do. I joined it, and I somehow made up to the final list. I got a call that if you want to join this course, you have 4 days. I said, okay. I made a decision that this is something which I want to do. I left my job. I was heading 28 offices in India and outside India. And I said, okay, this is a call that I need to make. I joined it. I completed my master's in disaster management. I went out, and I was the second batch of disaster manager. So when we were trying to look out for placements, we reached out to almost 500 organizations, NGOs, government, and private sector organizations. That time I remember, that was way back in 2010. I remember they said, oh, you have a course in disaster management. We didn't know. I said, yes, now you know. They said, yes, we will try to give kind of, try to make a position which might suit, but it might not happen this year. And that happened. Luckily, I got through UNDP. I worked with the government of India. I was placed in Mumbai. Mumbai is, I guess, most of you would know, but for people who might be hearing it for the first time, it's a metropolitan city in the western part of India. I worked there for 4 years. I got a chance to do my PhD at Kyoto University in 2014. I took it up. I joined and I completed my PhD in 2018. I worked on the private sector. And I went back to India after completing it. And I was applying for different kind of jobs. That's when I realized that there is not enough job. And as a PhD, it also struck me that is that what my role is? Like after completing a PhD, you'd keep on asking for jobs, or you should create jobs. But then I was not very sure. So it happened one day. I was watching, and I'm sure a lot of you, especially in Malaysia, watch a lot of Bollywood movies. So I was watching a Bollywood movie, and that movie didn't become a very big hit. It's a very it was a mediocre movie. But the interesting thing is, there a salesman actually tries hard and sets up his own organization, saying that I want to make a difference because I have a passion in this field. I got very much motivated, and that's what actually brought us to RICA. We thought that, yes, possibly the first impediment that we are facing is that we are not trying to take up that risk of going into the mud and see that how deep is the mud. So that's how we started RICA. Why we kind of thought that RICA is important, how we positioned it, is based on the initial discussion that I had with Professor Rajiv, who is also a co-founder and had been my mentor and research guide. So we discussed what are the gaps that is there in the disaster management field. It's an emerging field. So we find out that the natural hazards are increasing and impacts are becoming more and more complex. But then there are not enough human resource or expertise that is available. When we talk about this whole of the society approach, we ask for different stakeholders to come in. And I worked on the private sector, and I saw that private sector mostly are looked at from the perspective of contributing financially or make BCPs, but they are not part of the core part of the disaster management action. The third, as I said, 10 years back, I was struggling to, make people understand that disaster management is a field or like a career, and people were not aware. I guess that was still there 10 years after. So youth and young professionals need to come up in leadership roles, but leadership roles just doesn't say that you need to engage and make presentations. You have to make actions on ground. And that's what brought us to RICA. RICA in Japanese means science, and we work on science, technology, and innovation. So in RICA, we look for sustainable development and build resilience in the society. We innovate on demand-driven innovations, and we create knowledge. So what we try to do is bring in this interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach, and through that, bring science closer to people who needs it. And when I say who needs it, I guess everyone needs it. But then who understands it is the important thing here. So science has to be understood. And I guess as a researcher, someone who practices, who is engaged in science and technology, it's our duty to make people understand what science is and what is the application. And also to create a career path for the next generation, so that tomorrow, when I look at the young generation, if you ask them that what you want to be, they say, okay, I want to be an engineer. I want to be a kind of a MBA, but no one says, I want to be a disaster manager. And when every disaster is throwing open a new challenge, I think that's where the best brain should come. But then what is that which is limiting people to take up disaster management as a career path? So we thought that it is something which we should focus, that this is an area which has a lot of potential, and you can build a career in disaster management, and you have to make them believe it through an organization which can show that it is a career. Okay. In RICA, we promote Sci-preneurs. I'll just explain what Sci-preneur is. Sci-preneur is very simple. It's scientists who get into entrepreneurship. And as our background is, we are scientists and we are trying to venture into entrepreneurship. So we call it Sci-preneurs. RICA uses a hybrid model where we do business through consultancy, which is giving us some profit to run the social enterprise part of it, where what we do in social enterprise is we create our unique footprint. That unique footprint is very much important so that we are just not taken as another consultancy service. In RICA, we do planning, training, and drills. We do technical studies and assessments. We do innovation, and we also create knowledge products. And this I'll come later on in my presentation. Okay, what do we do differently in RICA? I guess not much, but where we stand out is we are an interdisciplinary team with people who have academic background in disaster management. I think that is very important because for the next generation to take it up as an academic career, they need to see that it has also a potential for a career path. Within RICA, we don't have a hierarchy. We don't have bosses, but we have colleagues. Everyone contributes to the work, whether it's the co-founders, whether it's the project managers, or whatever it is. We work virtually. We realized that we don't need an office. And somehow that worked very well for us in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. We can work from anywhere. We can work from everywhere. And that brings us a balance, work-life balance. You can manage your own life. You can do your daily course and contribute effectively. What is important here is the quality of work. That should not be compromised. You should be professional, not what time you're working, what kind of shirt you're wearing, because your shirt doesn't work. It's you who work. Your brain should be like that. We at RICA encourage academic writing, which is somehow missing in most of the consultancies. And we actually do a lot of academic writing. What we do, we try to publish. And I guess if you go through RICA's website, you can see we come up with this RICA Outlook, which we try to promote new ideas through this. I'll just take you through two cases which we are doing on innovation, especially. I'm not going into the consultancy part. So one of these is thematic incubation. We realized that there is a need for research-based local solutions for DRR and CCA, integrating into daily life. And I guess one thing which is missing, we have a lot of global policies, but very less amount of local actions. So we try to bring in that local action by integrating science and technology and innovation into it. There are two kinds of... Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Rani. You just have about a few more minutes
sure.
to close off. So just about 3 more minutes, if you can. Yeah.
Sure. I'll close up. Yeah, thank you. So in India, we look at university incubators, try to commercialize ideas, but also try to see what are those values that those ideas can create on ground. And this is a model that we are using for the incubation. We are working with the top tier universities in India, in Bangladesh to create this incubation center. We are working right now with 6 universities. And at this point, we have started this social innovation hackathon where we are looking at 6 SDG goals and trying to see that if we, because the perception of risk is very high in the COVID situation. So if we are trying to see that if we can actually capitalize on that high perception of risk and see if people can come up with innovative solutions to manage that risk. The other innovative work that we are doing at RICA is this COVID-19 risk assessment tool, which we generated for looking at COVID risk. And it goes beyond the health risk. It's like health, exposure, behavior, and social policy, which can be built into a composite risk index. And we try to make kind of promote this for India. And in doing that, we all were lucky that it got notice of International Science Council, GFDRR, and we also got a chance to work with UNDRR on customizing this tool. And we published also our result, which is very important because we are making this a scientific tool, and its publication gives it credibility. So coming to my last slide here, my learnings in this journey of RICA is never leave your dream, work on it to make it real. A dream is still a dream if it don't work on it and make it a success in your real life. The second, I guess most of you have seen Avengers. You know, in Avenger, it's a very interesting thing. Every superhero has a different power. They don't fight for their power. They bring it together to fight for a common goal. And I think that is very important. And I see Pradeep next. I have heard Septian earlier. We work together. We don't compete, but we bring in our collaborative expertise, and also Ripol is there. So we have worked together as a group. We have not fought among each other. And I think that is very important. We have our own competency, and we don't I guess we have overlaps, but we don't actually overshadow anyone. And lastly, learn and you will learn. Don't start earning and then say, I'll learn later. That is very important. With that, I'll come to my last slide here. We are at this point of time in RICA inviting interns to work with us on social innovations. You can visit our site, and we'll be happy to have you as a part of RICA in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranit, for that lovely presentation. Appreciate you keeping to time as well. I definitely appreciated you sharing your story as to how you got to where you are today. I personally work with some architects as well, so I understand when you say that they don't have the power to make, I guess, real changes in the world. Also, it's really great to hear that RICA has a huge focus on research, because I think there can never be enough research and publication done, especially in this space of disaster risk reduction or climate change as well. Yeah, so thank you so much for sharing. The next speaker we have up, which Dr. Ranit has mentioned, is Mr. Pradeep. He's from the Youth Innovation Lab in Nepal, and which is a not-for-profit civil tech enterprise. Mr. Pradeep, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Ranit, for the mention. I definitely think we are not competing and we are working together. And that's a strong message and a great presentation. Thank you. I'm joining from Kathmandu. I lead Youth Innovation Lab and also associated with You Inspire Alliance as a chair. But I'll be representing Youth Innovation Lab today. Starting with the small story of Youth Innovation Lab. So we started this organization post-earthquake, Nepal earthquake. So that was in an ideation phase that time. So there was this, a competition among young people, like creating so many organizations, because that time there was a huge rise of international organizations in Nepal, as well as, organizations emerging within Nepal as well. And it was indeed needed as well. In that rise, we were looking for an alternative platform where we could give opportunity to young people to co-create self-inclusive development. And that was only on our ideation phase. So later on, we started, ideating further how we can make it an institution. And we keep on ideating. And then having a great team to start organization is a very challenging. You need to meet the right people, the right team, and then forming an institution is a great challenge in our earlier phase. So I was looking for having a mentor or a teammate. So in that exercise, I made a very good mentor from University of Oxford. She was, helping me designing the whole idea of Youth Innovation Lab. So the idea of Youth Innovation Lab from the starting was in a global scale. So we wanted not just to limit within Nepal, but to, have our reach within the global spectrum. So that was the time when this Sustainable Development Goals was also launch, and we rebrand the Youth Innovation Labs logo with the Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm using right now the smaller logo. So this is which you can see. So we, in 2016, we registered this platform as a not-for-profit company. So I used to work part-time at that time. So this institution was not, fully developed in that extent that I could take my risks of losing a job and then, not being able to take it further. So I was in a position, like Ranit mentioned, whether to take a huge, quit a job where you are getting a huge, presence as well as the money, and then starting a new enterprise. So that was a huge risk. But then I decided to quit a previous job and then start this new enterprise. And I felt the similar things that Ranit mentioned as well. So when you can, like give at least 10, 20 jobs, why not to take risks? Like it's not just for you. And Nepal, in many aspects, is struggling for creating jobs because our market is so much dependent. So many people working in Malaysia, in different countries. We have a huge migrations outside. So we thought we should platform through which we can create jobs. So that was one of the motives of starting this platform, and especially our focus was young people, youth. So we registered this company as a not-for-profit social enterprise. It's a company under not-for-profit sharing mechanism, and we put technology as the backbone of our institutions, we rephrase our mission as using cutting-edge technological tools to bridge science and public divide. So we came up with this idea of understanding that there is a gap between a technology company and a non-tech enterprise like INGOs, NGOs, and all these civil society organizations. Civil society organizations normally they are not equipped with technology, and technology people they are not equipped with the knowledge. And then we thought having a great bridge can be something we can offer in this market, and that's how we are working. And to have our shape within, and then we use this phase which Perry Levy mentioned on a book called Collective Intelligence. So he said, no one knows everything, everyone knows something. So this applies to all our work, all our team members, and to everyone wherever we take this idea. So we believe everybody has their own expertise, and we need to understand their expertise, and we need to work with them. And I think this is helping us to shape our institutional philosophy as well as on our organizational philosophy. Whenever we work with bottom-up approach or a top-down approach, or in any mechanism, we keep this idea forward. So what we do at Youth Innovation Lab is we promote open data and technology. So when we say this, we really mean it. We really promote open data. So we are very clear about what we believe in. For example, in all our product, we use open source platform. So we promote open source platform. We contribute on open source platform, and we do evidence-based advocacy. I'll show you some of the examples on that. We have programs on disaster risk reduction. So we promote a youth entrepreneurship program. We have a program called STZ Collab, through which we work with young people on their ideas. We develop technological tools through which we make a meaningful impact on policies, on implementations, and then various things. And we also do facts and research related programs. So let me show you some of the examples how we are working. So this is one of the activities we are working. This is called Lights On, and we call it evidence-based advocacy program. So when we figured that Kathmandu Valley does have lights, but these lights on the streets are not working. These are not traffic lights. These are just like the street lights I'm talking about. So when we did a research, when we mobilized a few volunteers on the street, so we using open source tool, they collected all these geolocations with information about the status of source of information, source of lights, to the condition of the pole, and lots of more. So when we knew that there is a huge number of street lights not maintained properly, so we start working on it, and then we figure out that there are lots of bureaucratic hurdles. For example, there are lots of authorities and then they're confused about their responsibilities. We need to repair work. So after having a policy dialogue, so we submit the document, and we figure out that 33% of street lights in Kathmandu Valley are not working. So after that, the policy makers, they start organizing this debates to further, restructuring the government mechanism as well. This is the second slide, and then second product that I would like to talk about is the hamropratinidhi.com. So it's a portal that shows the portfolio of all elected female representative of all three tiers of the government. So it shows the representative of National Assembly, Federal Parliament, Provincial Assembly, as well as local government. So we have 15,000 plus female representatives in local levels. And we have 301 elected female representatives in federal, national, and provincial levels. So we have a portfolio of all these people on our map, and then you can see, which political party they belong to, what contribution they have made, what academic qualifications they have, what are the major things they have done, and what are their key aspirations, what things they want to offer in their leadership. So all these things are documented, and they are publicly available. And if somebody wants to know about these people or contact, so they can know their representatives as well. So we are looking forward to take it further as well. So other one is one of the huge program that we are doing is this building disaster information management system, which in Nepali we call BIPAD. BIPAD is also acronym of disaster, and it has a full form as well, Building Information Platform Against Disaster. So it's a one-stop solution for disaster-related data. When we knew that in Nepal, we have 753 local governments. So they were about to start, or some of them have started as well. They were about to start creating 753 different websites, and the provincial governments creating different websites, and there are lots of other government institutions. And you imagine having all these websites and who get the data properly. And there is no data sharing mechanism within all these government people. So when we start working on this, we thought of creating this one-stop solution for disaster-related data. And this mandate comes from the Prime Minister itself. And after developing this system in one level, so this system is now in localization process, and none of the government will have to create, an alternative version of this. And this is government-led and government-owned, and also based on user-centric design. So let me show you a couple of examples how this system is working. So it has 6 different modules. So it can create situation report automatically based on the events or the hazards. You can see this events being occurred within 1 year. You can see the number of dates. So it's 435 dates. 2 Arab, I'm confused how to translate it in English, but a huge amount of economic loss, and that's also estimated, and infrastructure destroyed, and other, you can see on visualization as well. So it has lots of features, and within a small time, I'm just trying to give you a picture. So this is damage and loss. So it shows you a different cycle through which you can see the incident, people dead, estimated loss, infrastructure destroyed, and livestock. So this was a comparative analysis of different provinces, or if you go to the local levels, from district administrative to the provincial governments, you can do the comparative analysis. So this is another one, a real-time module, so through which you can see, all the real-time information of river, rain, earthquake, air pollutions. So the other one is not real-time, near real-time, and also stream flow information, forest fire detection, and these all are linked with different institutions. So if you see the source of information, so some of them are coming from hydrology and meteorology department, some of them are coming from seismology department. So these all are contributing from each other. And this is the ward level landslide risks from Durham University. We have now ward level, risks of landslide. So this was greatly used during this monsoon, which is ongoing right now. So there was a huge record of monsoon disasters this year because of heavy rain, and which is ongoing now, or coming week also there is a potential threat. This is a different one we did during this COVID-19. So this is the official portal of COVID-19 in Nepal. So this is potentially being used for quarantine maintenance. So all 77 districts Nepal has, they log into this platform, which you can see on the right top. So they log into this system and they send data in everyday basis. So you can download the situation report. You can see all the data. Every data is available here. So this is how all these information are being mapped. And the very interesting thing about this portal is that we were not sure, like this kind of platform. So in our first attempt, when we send them the email from the government itself, send them the email saying that, like this need to be updated in everyday basis before 4 o'clock Nepal time. And there was, in first attempt, there was 49, the reports we collected virtually. And that was a huge success because it was not experimented in that extent before without giving a workshop or proper training. So my belief is that when there is a need, people go in, learn themselves, they try to figure out with, like the given circumstances. And I think that's a great example. And that was, leading me to other platforms as well. The example, Facebook, TikTok, and there are lots of other platforms. Nobody taught us, like how to use this platform. People are learning, and it's a huge, like information portal that, like you need to be, you need to learn in everyday basis because they keep on updating all this information. So these are some of the learnings, I think, on my perspective. This developing this platform is an iterative process, and this never ends up. But what I believe is that having a strong team, as Dr. Ranit mentioned, and having a qualified team is something we are looking for. All these modules, all these information portals, and everything you can, they are publicly available. So we are working on different reports. We have different user manuals, technical manuals that we can offer in any request. So we'd love to know about it further. I think thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm free for any kind of comments, discussions further. I'm sorry I couldn't provide you the contact information. I can provide you open request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pradeep. No worries, I'm sure we can get your information after this as well. Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation and for sharing what Youth Innovation Lab really does. It's really great to see that you have so much data available, or that you've made it available to the public, because I think it's something that we do lack greatly, especially in the tropics. I think a lot of spaces we don't currently have good data available to the public, so it's really great that you've made that available, your organization has. Moving on, our last and final speaker would be Mr. Khairuddin Othman from Alpha Training and Resources. That's a Malaysian-based social entrepreneurship that focuses on emergency health and safety services. Mr. Khairuddin, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Wait, I share. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So my name is Khairuddin bin Othman, but you can call me Dino. I am a co-founder and managing director for Alpha Training and Resources, and also the TH Ambulance. TH Ambulance is our registered private ambulance provider. So let's start. I would like to share with you on our journey where we turn as a profit-based traditional business model into an enterprise that focuses on social mission. Our motto is preparedness, early preparedness for effective response. That is the core vision that we hold strong with. We believe by leverage local resources and capacity, we would be able to seek for a sustainable solution for the long-term emergency resilient community. And that is that what we care most in at Alpha. As I mentioned earlier, we do face level of challenging when we transform our organization into where we are today. But we turn these challenges into the opportunity for us to grow strong each day. Among them, like number one is in the level number one, our challenges is a lack of the confidence among the communities to provide basic first aid in emergency situation. And in level number two, our challenges is time to commit in learning first aid for the communities. And our challenge number three, all is about a financial to start learning in first aid. And number four is about how our community relies so heavily, so heavy in our existing emergency services. And in level five, our challenge is the most prominent threat that you can see in Malaysia, and I believe in most developing country where the demand for the emergency services is more than the existing supply system. That is our challenges. Therefore, the opportunities lie on how we do move forward to bring our community into an emergency resilience society that would prepare themselves before an emergency strike. And so, the first sustainable solution we could think of is to make our business financial sustainable. So, our group provide mainly two types of services, training and ambulance services. So with these two types of services, we apply two financial approach that ensure that our work financially viability. First, first is to venture our social mission into a private sector and provide paid private ambulance services to finance at the affordable community. Second, which is a cross-subsidized local community with community ambulance services and community-based training and development program. And today, I would like to share more on the mode of cross-subsidization we use to strategize our social mission. Now, in order to ensure we achieve our core vision, early preparedness for effective response, we emphasize on two strategies we work on. Now. First is to ensure social inclusion while we promote community involvement in our program. In that say, regardless of the races, religions, social demographical background, we approach community at different level of society. And second, we provide low cost and localized emergency preparedness strategy where the leverage local resources and local capacity to customize the local community-based training and development program that best suit the community needs in preparing them for the effective response during the emergency. So what we do for this, what we say earlier, first, we provide medical transport for medical consultant at hospital, dialysis center to low-income communities. Okay, as you can see in our picture, we give our services to the low-income community. In Malaysia, we call B14. And also our community-based training and development. We provide community-based first aid and emergency preparedness training and development program to our community. And then we turn our ambulance into a mobile learning lab. So we train the school children about a neighborhood ambulance in order to bridge the gap between fear and stigma. So because for us, first aid education will deliver the child or young person to self-confidence, self-esteem, and ability to cope with emergency as well as understanding the risk. And also we empower youth at school to learn first aid and instill humanitarian value, because for us, when you learn first aid, we have emergency situation training, will be carried out when scenario involving both on-scene first aid treatment and pre-hospital care ambulance service. Youth would be exposed to an experience with the country emergency response system and develop a sense of community from our training. And then the last is our pilot project that we call is mobile aid. So the idea is we want to train a school dropout youth who own the motorcycle to learn first aid. Then by learning first aid, we empower them become a responsibility carrying contributing citizen and having the sense of belonging. That's important, sense of belonging. Then they will soon be qualified as a community-based mobile aid team that will be quickly deliver first aid on site before the ambulance arrives. So that's where we support pre-hospital care during an emergency situation. Some of the dropout youth in Malaysia, sometimes they feel like they are useless. Then we take them become in our pilot project to gain their trust, gain the most important is a sense of belonging. And then this is our ultimate, that's all that I said is our ultimate social mission, that is leave no one behind, that we include the community, not only the community, but also we include the school children and youth, because we believe from youth, school children and youth, school children and youth will become our next generation of the community. That's why what we said is our program is involve the community at all levels. So I think I moved too fast. So that's all for me. But I believe we are 3 years. We start our social mission in these 3 years, but we believe, and I believe, that we grow every day to achieve our motto. And then yeah, we have a lot of room of improvement that we think we can do more better. And then thank you for today opportunity to us to share what we have, and I believe a lot of opportunity will be gained from this program. Thank you so much. See you again.
Thank you, Mr. Khairuddin, for the amazing presentation. I think your motto, early preparedness for effective response, cannot be more relevant today because of what we're facing with COVID. So I think it's a very relevant presentation. And I also really like that Alphard is engaging with the marginalized or the youths that have dropped out from school, and making them feel like they can really make a change in the world. I think that's really important. Yeah, so thank you for that. So next we'd like to move into our Q&A session that I'm sure many of you have been waiting for. So I'd like to invite all the speakers back just to attend to some questions. I have some that have been submitted, and I think though I'll start with one in general for all the speakers. So feel free to chime in when you're ready. How would you say you tend to engage with youths today or with the general public in the programs or activities that you conduct? What are your main, I guess, attractive points, or how do you really pull them in and give them the opportunity to then contribute to the activities that you conduct? If anyone is happy to start, feel free. I guess, Mr. Khairuddin, as you were sharing, you engage with, Alphard engages with school dropouts. So I guess how do you really start that discussion with them? How do you actually, engage with them and then bring them into your to your sessions?
Yeah, when we plan to do the mobile aid program, we start with our small team that we bring our motorcycle to the community, and then we start the program with their parents, and then from that we share our thought with their parent first, and then we go to the playground, and then we go to the place hang out, and then we show what we have, and then we show the opportunity that that we can provide for them. And then sometimes they only want to see. And then when they back going home, the parents start talk the same thing that what they see at the ground. So that's how we engage them. And then because for us, we need sense of belonging to the society. That the society needs them to make change and make a better world. So that's why for us, even though they are not finished their school, but somehow people will see them as an agent of change behavior. Yeah, that is how we engage the youth. And then from we not have a big number, but when we go to it in some area, and then we can tackle one guy for join us, this one particular boys will spread the news to others members how that will attract the others to join us. We go down to the ground and we talk to you from group to group. It's not too easy work, but yeah, we see how they improve and how the program development. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Khairuddin. I think, yeah, like you're sharing, so you do, I guess, make it a bit more personalized. You will go to each person's probably homes or meet each of their parents and have a chat with them to give them an understanding of how this can make an impact to them. So I think that personal connection really makes a difference in trying to engage with people. Yeah.
Yes. We start with the personal engagement, and then after 1 month, we can just a little bit relax, because this youth drop out will be our next agent. Go spread the word and what we can do. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Anil and Mr. Pradeep, do you have any insights with the experience you've had so far with your organizations?
Yep.
Rani,
Okay. Thanks, Pradeep. Okay. Right. So, yeah, I guess for our organization and how we look at it, what we there would be 3 points that I would bring to the front. One is you need to inspire the young generation to take it up. And inspiration can only be through your own actions. It just cannot be just with words. You have to show that your actions are inspiring to them. This is something which is doable, because a lot of actions don't kind of link up with the ideas. So unless you make this trust building within the young generation that all we say can also be actionable, it's very difficult to bring them on board. That's one. The second is give them incentive. Just not volunteering is an option. You just look, that's a problem with, I guess, the development sector. We are asking for too much of commitment without too much of commitment from the other side. So a volunteering or ad hoc approach is not the right approach, at least when we are looking at a future complex scenario. So we need to give them an incentive to join this, and that incentive can be either a permanent position, it can be a way to channelize their expertise, or it can be anything, because that will keep on varying from different person to person. But I guess that is very important, that it should be an incentive for them. And third is connect them to the local context, because most of this global policies talk about a very big picture, but what we lose is we are not actually tidying our own backyard. And as someone to inspire, first we should show that we can tidy our own house, our own backyard, and then move to scale it up for the globe, rather than going to solve global issues without looking at what is happening in our own house. So I guess these are the 3 points that is very important, and I would say is important for the youth and young professionals to get engaged in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anil. That was great. Yeah. Mr. Pradeep, did you have any insight? And yeah, welcome back, Mr. Sutyan. I'll repeat the question soon after Mr. Pradeep has shared some of his insight.
Okay, when Ranit said 3 things, I think I will not make 4 or 2. Let me offer 3 things from my side as well. I think the 3 things I would, I mean, we are offering to young people is volunteer, learn, and lead. So that also applied to me as when I started, like my career. So I was a volunteer. That's how I came to know about these problems, of society where we are facing problem and how we can, learn from those things experimentally, being practical, like working on the ground. And then after knowing that there is a problem, how can you take leadership on that? So these 3 things are really being inspirational. To give an example of this, in 2012, so we started our campaign to ban plastic bags in Nepal. And that was just an idea. And we start engaging on the ground. So we start engaging volunteers, and then one thing I agree with the previous speaker is that, so when you are on the ground, then it's a moral, pressure to other people to join as well. So they will come and join. The like-minded people come in that way, and collectively, like there will be a person, there will be someone, taking leadership as well. So that you figure out within the volunteering platform itself, and other people can support. These 3 things, volunteerism, I think we can debate about paid volunteerism in today's context or unpaid volunteerism. I prefer both the approach, but as long as it's serving their purpose. Some of them do volunteer with us. We have a timing scheme for volunteers who need certificate, who need incentivize merchandise, we can offer them those things. And there are other volunteers who need incentives in terms of money. So these kind of volunteers we offer in both aspects, and we respect both kind of volunteers as long as they are learning from it. So learning is a part of the process in between volunteer and leadership. And those who want to commit their time right then and there, they will stand out, and they will either create an enterprise, or they will, they will start something in a voluntary skill as well. So there are people, for example, there is a 17 years girl. So we have just started a company called EcoTrends, and she has 25 partners right now. And she just started, a couple of months back before the COVID-19. This COVID also impacted her small business, but she had already connected to, a larger scale. 25 clients is a huge thing for a 17 years old girl. This kind of inspiration, I think, can take a lot, and I relate that with leadership. Leadership is key. You just don't care about whether you will fail or you'll succeed. I think for me, the part of my life is to learn and to get a new experience. I didn't really worry about failing, because I've started multiple companies throughout this process. And I can, if Wildlife is not the right platform, it will collapse one day, and we can start a different one. But to be honest, we are not in that case. We are in a very good position right now. So I think these 3 things: volunteer, learn, lead, is the key aspect through which we offer a platform to young people.
Thank you, Mr. Pradeep. Thank you for that. So Mr. Satyan, the question was actually for all the speakers. It was just on how you would encourage youths today as part of the activities you conduct or the programs you conduct. How would you engage with the youths, or how do you better, I guess, attract them, if you can say?
Okay, I will try to answer it briefly. There are 3 spaces that we want to provide to a youth. The first one is the space for learn and develop. This is not just learn and develop their skills, but also develop their network. The second one is the space for actualization. The youth in Indonesia, there are no, not so much space for them to actualize their ideas. So we want to give them space for them to actualize their ideas. And the third one is space for sharing about their idea, their dream, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Septian. I think I'll move on to one of the questions we have from our participants. So the first one was, what are the basic qualifications required for social entrepreneur in DRR, so disaster risk reduction, because it seems to be technology based. So I guess probably maybe more of a focus for Dr. Ranit and Mr. Pradeep, but feel free, any of you to start.
Now, Pradeep, I give
Should
you
I
a chance
repeat
to.
that? Everyone get...
Pradeep, now you start. I follow you.
Okay, I was expecting this to be answered by Dr. Ranit. I think regarding, I think more than qualification, I think you know, like how much interest you have. For example, Ranit is very much certified, you know, like a professional of that field. So I'm in this field through my interest and with little background of disaster exit. You know, like largely with my interest as a sectorial expert. As a manager, I think the key expertise you need to make your company, you know, like in this field is that it's not that you need to have a technical expertise on it. So it's a, you know, like a plus point if you have that, because disaster reduction field is a little bit technical as well. So it's science-based, also anthropogenic as well. So so both aspect is equally respected. So in terms of the management part, what I learned working with you know, like the technical group as well as the core expert in this field is that there is also a breeze needed, you know. So if you are a good manager, then I think you can manage both the bodies very well. For example, in our company, so there is a technical people who very less understand about the disaster risk reduction. So they don't know what technology they are making and what impacts it can make. So there is another wings within our organizations who is doing largely the research work. Was they are much, you know, like on that field. So bridging both them together and then you know, like giving that platform to understand both their concern is very important if you run an organization. So for me, the both interest is very important. And I think to secure that, I think you really need to have a disaster risk reduction expertise in your company. That's the institutional perspective, but individual and other sectorial things, I think Ranit can answer this question better.
Thank you, Pradeep. Okay, so I'll just share a kind of experience from my own life. When I was working with the government, I was actually dealing with all this very senior bureaucrats, being part of the disaster management you know, unit. And I just had graduated. I was around 28 at that point of time. So I had graduated. And then when I used to tell them that this is something which you need to look at, they were like, what is your age? I was like 28. Do you know my work experience is 32 years. You are telling me what to do. And that was something which actually I realized that possibly it's not the knowledge, but possibly it's the degree which might actually have a much more impact. If I have a PhD, if I have like, you know, established as an expert in this field, that might change the way people look at me. It's not about the knowledge that I have inside me or what I do. So I guess if I have to answer that, I would say that it has to be a combination of your academic experience, your understanding, your knowledge, because that is something which which anyone can bring into you. It is something which only you can work. And I had actually worked on ground. For when my posting was there, I was posted in a very small municipal area And people said, you should not go there because that area is very kind of a high conflict zone. I said, no, that's a challenge. I went there. I worked for first 6 months, just walking into these small alleys. I got access to areas where even police could not go. And I had built the community trust. So I guess that is something which you have to do and only you can do. And third is the passion, which I think most of the speakers have also said, that your passion should be there. You should not feel that, okay, this is not working. This has let me down. I will just give up. No, this is what I had dreamt of. Whether it works or not, I will be flexible. So that is, these three aspects are very important. It's just not one. The second thing for running the business, when it's about your business.
Sorry to interrupt, we're just running out of time. So
okay,
if
so
we
I'll
could wrap up, so I'll close off the session.
Sure. Okay, or do you want me to just say one thing? You should know for the business, you should know your strengths and weaknesses. You should build on your strength, but you should also focus on your weakness and try to see that how you will overcome those weaknesses. That is very important for running a business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anit. I would like to thank all the speakers for your time and efforts in putting together such insightful presentations for us today. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say it was definitely inspiring and very valuable. So we've seen that social entrepreneurships can be a form of avenue to explore talents among ourselves as youths or as a community member, and may help us discover ways we as individuals and responsible citizens of Earth can contribute towards the greater good. This regional workshop actually marks the launching of the Directory of Social Entrepreneurs in Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change, which is an initiative by CITRI UKM and other partners supported by IDRC. So I'd like to thank the speakers again, and apologies if we missed out some questions. We are actually moving into a panel session after this. So if any of you speakers here today, Dr. Ranit, Mr. Khairuddin, Mr. Pradeep, and Mr. Satyan, if you could join us for the next panel session, that would be great. Feel free to stay around and we'll put you through. Yeah, so thank you so much for your time, and yeah, have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Jastrina, for moderating session 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with session 10, panel session on building a roadmap for social enterprises to succeed. This session will be moderated by Professor Joy Jacqueline Pereira. Professor Joy Pereira is a Principal Research Fellow at University Kebangsaan Malaysia's Southeast Asia Disaster Prevention Research Initiative, CITRI UKM, and Fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia. She is also the leader for the project on promotion of social entrepreneurship in disaster risk reduction to build community resilience, supported by the IDRC. Prof. Joy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Wani, for the introduction. And thank you to the Academy of Sciences Malaysia and the Mahathir Science Award Foundation for hosting this event in conjunction with the International Youth Day. And our session today is actually part of the IDRC project, where funded by the Canadian government. And the focus of the project is on promotion of social entrepreneurship in disaster risk reduction to build community resilience. And the idea here is to integrate disaster risk reduction and the long-term climate change aspect that needs to come into play in the region. And Canada is very proud of their feminist prime minister. And in that respect, there is emphasis to make sure that we have equal participation and gender balance in all our events. And in this first session, you heard from the enablers earlier in the morning. We hope some enablers will stay on. We heard from the federal government, the state government, and the private sector in Malaysia, and also from a Cambodian university on how they are enabling the social entrepreneurship in their respective ways. And there was a broad variety of initiatives, if you may remember, and you will see that they were primarily focused on social and environmental issues, which is very important. But given the fact that we are, as the climate changes, Southeast Asia is moving towards 1.5 degree global warming, and we're going to expect a lot of, we are expecting a lot of we are expecting a lot of climate extremes, and in that context there may be a lot more disasters coming into play, and hence it is important for the region to actually prepare for the scenario and bring about more social entrepreneurship in the disaster risk reduction and disaster management arena. So in that context, we are really happy to be here to start the ball rolling from our project. And we have with us, I believe, already ready and waiting to share her expertise, Ms. Shazlinda Mohammad Yusuf, who works closely with us in the project, and particularly with our ASM, our Academy of Science Fellow, Dr. Madeline Burma, to conduct social entrepreneurship training. And we would like to hear from her on what the attributes are for a good social entrepreneur to really move into this arena. So this, Ms. Shazlinda, may I give you the platform for carrying on?
Hello, Assalamualaikum, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizer for having me and supposedly having Dr. Madeline together with us today. But Dr. Madeline has another role to play in another place. So I'm here to replace her actually. But we'll be together in conducting the training for the young social entrepreneur who will be in the IDRC program, and we are very happy to play our role in educating the youth in this aspect. So I would like to share my screen. So basically, we have listened. Actually, I have been in this session since 9 o'clock, since the start of the program, and I'm very impressed with the presentations of all the participants, all the presenters today, all the speakers today. And the speakers have talked a lot about, having passion, and also how you should have a sustainable business in getting your passion going in whatever that you are doing, in addressing your big whys. So actually I'm reinstating what they are saying now, and we will go into the discussion later on how we actually should translate. I'm talking, why I'm saying we is because I'm considering that all of us are very interested in social entrepreneurship. That's why I'm saying it we. Okay, why it is important for us to translate our passion into a sustainable business. So actually, I was in UKM until 2 years ago as a lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Management together with Dr. Madeline. But I have actually left UKM to have my own business. My company is called Ichigo Services, and what we do is consultancy in travel arena. And but I still teach in UKM anyway. And because I'm so passionate to see my students to grow in terms of their minds and also their emotions. And one of the courses that I still teach now is creativity and innovation, which one of the topics that we discuss is social entrepreneurship. And I find that my students are so interested in this topic because not only it's new to them, but also it gives them a new challenge, and also it's actually, they are addressing their future. Not only what the future can do to them, but also what they can do to the future that they are going to embrace themselves. So this is one of the my slides in my classes, they always ask me, my students always ask me, what is the difference between the conventional entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs? So I have to be simple because my background was actually in engineering. So I love being simple. So basically, conventional entrepreneurs, they are aiming for profits. I am an entrepreneur now, and the first thing that I would think about is how can I make profit from my business. And usually we start, I mean, the conventional entrepreneurs, we start from an individual or having a company. And our way of doing business is either by pushing our ideas or business model, or using the pull type, which means that from trying to solve what's at the ground. But the social entrepreneurs, they aim to solve social problems. And one of the things that I embed in the assignment is how they can come up with a social entrepreneurship model, social business model. And what I wanted them to see there is that as a base to be a social entrepreneur is they have to have the empathy. They have to be observant, and they have to be sensitive on what's going on around them. So that is the foundation on next how they are going to solve that social problem. And the social entrepreneurs, they are very, very special to me because they are so passionate, so resilient, and so strong that whatever that comes to them, they will just fight and go for their big why. So that's one of the things that is very important that I always mention to my students, that also mentioned by one of the speakers today, Mr. Reza, yeah, from Magic, that it's not about your ideas actually. When you want to be a social entrepreneur, it's actually your why. What is actually you want to solve, and what is the reason that you want to be in social entrepreneurship. So that big why is very important as a start. And there are many people who are so passionate in social entrepreneurship, but and they have this, you know, the feeling of empathy, the strong feeling, the passion on how they can solve the problem that either they are facing or the people around them are facing. But perhaps one of the most problem, or something that's tickling them is, can they monetize altruism? Can they make it as a business? Is it okay? Can they make money from the good thing that they want to do in solving the problems of their community? Because in the past we do this in the society, volunteering, helping people, giving our money to the poor people, but we don't do business out of it. We don't make money out of it. Is it okay? And my students also ask, when can we see the outcome? Because it seems like the path is so difficult. If you do business, it is in the conventional business, it seems like much more easier. They asked me this kind of question after I made them watch a movie, Batman. I think many of us have watched Batman. How difficult life had been for him to solve the problem of his wife, actually, and not only his wife but also other poor women in India. So this is a very, very big question for them. And another thing that is of a concern is the passion and also hard work is enough already, that kind of mindset. Because you are passionate, because you work very hard, so you will be okay in your path of social entrepreneurship. But actually, to address those questions, making your passion a business is actually not a sin. As Mr. Reza and also some other speakers have mentioned also, a sustainable business is very important to make sure that that not only the people that you want to save or the environment that you want to save, but also you save yourself. You see, if we got on an airplane, there will always be announcement by the cabin crew. In case of emergency, put your oxygen mask onto you before putting it onto other people. So you must first save yourself before you can save other people, which means that by having a sustainable business, you will make sure that your resources will not be depleted. Your resources will be increasing and you can help more people. So, and if you cannot help yourself by, having a business that can fend for yourself, it is more difficult for you to keep your whatever that you are doing sustainable in the future as well. And for the second one, it may take a long time before your efforts bear fruit. So again, a sustainable business will take you there. So if you do things, because it is hard, I think, because I have never, to be honest, I've never been on a path of social entrepreneurship. I am an entrepreneur. I was in academia, but I did research on social enterprises. And I was looking at social enterprises in Malaysia and also social enterprises in Japan, because I went to university in Japan and I lived there for 6 years. And after that, I worked with a Japanese company in Malaysia. And after that, still doing research in Japanese leadership and management. And I also got engaged with people from the places of disaster, like Fukushima. Actually, I used to live in Fukushima just before the great earthquake and tsunami happened. But I did experience a quite big earthquake when I was there. But after, and I lived in Kyushu for most of my time in Japan, because I studied in Kyushu University. So every year there would be typhoon, and now that they have very big flood every year, this year was huge. And I also see how my friends, because I also, apart from engineering, I also did my MBA at Kyushu University. I did see some of my friends that made business out of, these disasters, like drone business. And also, one of it is it's a simple business, but actually it's quite interesting because, when it's flooding, there's you can cover your car so that your car will not be damaged. So he was selling that car cover. It's not just a cover, but it can make your, it's a total cover of your car. So a sustainable business will make yourself stronger and will motivate you actually to survive that long, difficult path of social entrepreneurship. But to make your business sustainable, passion only is not enough. Unlike other people who wants to be in business, at least they need to have some sort of entrepreneurship related knowledge. That is also quite important. How you want to manage your accounts, how you want to, connect with other people in networking, how you manage your staff if you have staff, and how you are going to do your mission statement and all that. So certain things in entrepreneurship, knowledge that you really have to know, at least the basic ones before you go into the path of social entrepreneurship. So I would like to quote from Mr. Konosuke Matsushita. He's the founder of Matsushita and now Panasonic. His, I think, Japanese companies made a very, very good job in sustaining their business, because a lot, I think, not I think, it's a fact actually. The longest business or the longest company in the world, most companies come from Japan. Because they are very resilient, and basically their mindset is different from other conventional entrepreneurs. And what this Matsushita, Konosuke Matsushita said is, no matter how deep a study you make, what you really have to rely on is your own intuition. And when it comes down to it, you really don't know what's going to happen until you do it. And as Mr. Riza said, just do it. Okay, although we are saying there's some barrier here and there, but if you want to do it, just do it. Go and do it. And at the meantime, learn about entrepreneurship related knowledge, learn from other people who have been in that journey of social entrepreneurship, to learn from their mistakes, to learn from their failures also. And you can go on yourself and be successful as a social entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shazlinda Muhammad Yusuf, for sharing that insight with us. And I think it's important what you said, that monetizing altruism is very important, and making your passion your business is totally not a sin. So all the youth out there, you have permission to make money from your passion. So don't let that hold you back. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next panelist, Dr. Ripal Kanji from You Inspire Alliance, Working Group 2 on Social Entrepreneurship, so that he can share the insights of the youth from the region with us. So Dr. Ripal Kanji, the floor, well, the virtual platform now belongs to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and the panelists who spoke before me have set the stage perfectly for me to continue the presentation that I'm going to talk about. I'm very thankful for having given this opportunity to talk about the roadmap of developing an ecosystem which would be conducive to social entrepreneurship, specifically in the field of DRR and CCA. So without much ado, I will start to talk about this. And my previous speaker just pointed out that there has been an evolution from understanding the concept of entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. If we go back and look 2 decades back or so, we will see that entrepreneurship was just about having a mind-blowing idea and a business model to run along with it. It was about making profits. But then over the years, things changed. It was not merely the profit that was important, because there was a development in the mass conscience of the society. And thereabout, there was a change from entrepreneurship to social entrepreneurship, where making profit is not the only important thing. It's about making profit, but also making it in a way which the society can reap the benefit of. So that was the social ideology that kind of transformed the idea of entrepreneurship to social entrepreneurship. I think I do not need to talk much about it because it has been explained already. But the idea that I'm going to talk about here is having DRR, that is disaster risk reduction or disaster risk management, climate change adaptation, as something which will be an entrepreneurial venture, as well as will have a social construct associated with it, as in it will have a deep founding and last impact in the society. Now, let me go through the problems an entrepreneur faces when he's talking about social entrepreneurship in the field of DRR and CCA. Let me give you 2 examples. The first example will be of, let's say, a youth or young professional who has just graduated. He's filled with ideas. He's enthused with the fact that he has knowledge now to provide to the society, to kind of change the society in a way which would be impacting it in the longer run. But then how does he do it? Who does he approach? Does he know the complete route? And when you bring in the aspect of DRR and CCA into this entire paradigm, it becomes more difficult. Because, for example, the general population, let's say in India, 80% of the population is aware of the fact that disaster is something which happens instantaneously, like for an earthquake. And if it is so, then why would an investor or why would an incubator incubate an idea which talks about mitigating the risks of an earthquake? It may be very much essential in a place or in a province where extreme hazards like floods are very frequent. But what about earthquake? What about other kind of extreme events? What about the pandemic that we are currently facing right now? So the first thing is that when you think from the perspective of an entrepreneur, a budding entrepreneur who has no idea of how the field will treat him, how welcoming it will be to him, he has no idea whom to approach, how to get his funds right. How does he even know about it? That's the first thing. And the second is that you come to the other side of this when you think as an investor, as a funder. Why would you want to invest your money into something which has like 3 to 5% probability of happening? Does it make sense? So when we're talking about and conducive to social entrepreneurship, we'll have to think from both the perspectives. Now, let me give a very life example of what happened. Me and Dr. Chatterjee were working on something, and we happened to visit an incubation center. And we had what we thought was a good idea, but we pitched that idea, but it was not well received. The person on the other side of the table, he was a lead innovator, an investor in such ideas. He said that, see, DRR and CCA is a very niche subject. Now, if I want to invest in it, I do not see my profits. So, well, it was a surprise to us because we saw the entire, the gamut of things that was surrounding it. But he failed to see that. So it's not only about having ideas, it's also about kind of create ecosystem where these kind of ideas are promoted. So the paradigm when we thought that entrepreneurship is about having a mind-blowing idea or having a business model associated with which will earn you profits is no more there. It's not only about the idea. It's about propagating the idea in such a manner that people see its long-lasting effects on the society, the impacts of the idea, the implementation of the idea on the society. So that is equally important right now. What I was talking about is that there is this evident gap between entrepreneurs and investors or agencies or funders, whatever you want to call it. And we need to bridge this gap. For example, when I'm talking about as a lead of the working group 2 in Inspire Alliance, where we talk about entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, we are actually trying to look at these things, these problems, where we can bridge this gap of how does the entrepreneur approach the investors and how does the investor understand the concept so that he does not see disaster risk management or climate change adaptation as a niche subject. Because if you come to think of it, it's more to that. It has more to that. It's basically one of those bridges which gaps what we have now. That is our goal to attain sustainable development. If we do not talk about having disaster risk reduction, if we do not talk about climate change being addressed, we are not actually talking about sustainable development. So when I am talking as a lead of the working group 2 of Inspire Alliance, I'm trying to look at certain important factors that I need to bridge. So we have to promote social entrepreneurship in DRR and CCA, and it goes beyond the conventional idea of social entrepreneurship. It has to have this, founding evidence that DRR and CCA is an integral part of development. will have to develop this ecosystem where the entrepreneurs are able to explain what their ideas is. And similarly, the investors must also understand what impact those ideas have. So these are really the three things that we intend to bridge when we are talking in our working group. So basically, we have come out with a roadmap, which is a very operational and implementable roadmap. It's not kind of academic. It's not kind of something which is only there on the papers, but we are actually working on it to make this entire thing very, very operational. So the first that we intend to do is that we intend to have an as-in analysis, or to understand what the status quo is. We have been talking with people right now in our panel, in our discussion that we are having today, with entrepreneurs who are actually working on these issues. But how many of us are actually working? We basically have this small network, and we know people who are kind of our friends or our colleagues, and we know that they are doing the work. But there are people at levels where we are not aware of. There are people who are working at a more local level and we are not aware of them, but they are doing actually good job. So how many entrepreneurs are actually working in these kind of fields? What is their business model? I mean, when you're talking about DRR and CCA, there can be multitude of business models when you are looking at it. You can go about it as having a very good idea and then seeking for investors, or you can also kind of go about having projects from different organizations and agencies and working on it. So what's the B model? Now, the same thing, are they looking for investors or are they doing it project basis? Now, when we are talking about understanding status quo, we're also talking about knowing the generic impediments. When they started off, what kind of problems they faced? What were the success factors that drove them towards success, their business entrepreneurial venture towards success? So this is primarily the first step. We need to understand what's already there so that we can build up above and beyond it. The next step is the building of the network. As I said, we do a network, but that's very close knit. We are aware of the people, of our colleagues who are working in the sector, but we are not aware of the entire network, entire web of people who are working maybe above us or maybe beyond us. And it's very essential that we get to know this entire plethora of network, right? So what we intend to do is that we intend to invite those who are already in the field to share the stories through a series of webinars. As this is kind of an operational roadmap that we are talking about, and we are intending to implement it in the near future. So we are talking about inviting those who are already in the field. For example, we had a very short kind of a discussion with Pradeep, with Dr. Chatterjee, with Setyan. We all are friends, we all know each other, but the idea is to get people on board who are still not in the limelight and get to know their stories as well, right? And in the same place, we have to invite investors, funders, and organizations, those who are already in the business and those who have the potential to become angel investors. These are terms which are very entrepreneurial in nature, but they're very essential because we need to understand that it's not a one-way street. If you are extending your hand, you need someone to hold your hand on the other side. So we have investors, we have funding agencies already in place. They are in the field, but then we also need to take a stock of all those who have the potential to become angel investors. Now, this kind of webinar series, what we intend to do is we intend to inspire those who are listening to us to jump in the field. I'm pretty sure that there are many youth and young professionals who are listening to all these excellent speakers today. They are being motivated and they want to jump into action and they want to contribute socially. They want to bring about a positive impact, but they do not know how to do it. And that is where the series of webinars will actually help them. They get to know the experience of the people who are working in the field. They exactly know how to kind of conceive the idea of approaching these investors or whether they have to go project by project. So they have to have this complete idea. And this will also help in building up a mass consensus that we can have social entrepreneurial venture in DRR and CCA, which is very important, because we do not want people to have good ideas, but on the other hand, we do not have people to think that it's impactful. We do not want people to think that it's a niche idea. It's not. It kind of pervades all the sectors of development. So this would be the second step. The third step would be an in-pressure event. Now, this is a very unique thing because when you have this ecosystem kind of build around that, yes, these are things which are very important, you need to bring all of these factors, all of these elements together. So you need to bring all those who are interested, you need to bring all those who are already in the field and bring them together and put them in an event which puts them in pressure, as in an event which spans over a period of, let's say, 24 or 48 hours, and you give them a problem statement and they come up with a solution, and they only get 24 or 48 to solve that problem. You know, because I'm an engineer by default, I feel that whenever we are in pressure, our creativity takes a leap and it grows in bounds. So what I'm trying to say is that the third step, what we are envisaging is to have an event, an in-pressure event. These budding talent, these young professionals who intend to jump into the field, they would have to be brought together and put into an event where they will have to work under pressure. And this event will be very much based, risk-oriented, and as I said, spanning over a day or two. So you will have to have a problem statement. You have to come up with an idea, maybe even a business model for that sake. And then you have to do it all over a period of 24 or 48 hours. Now, this is not anything unique that I'm talking about. It has been done. It's a very good proven mechanism of kind of work, but it's very, and this is probably the third step. However, there are also problems. For example, when we're talking about in-pressure events like this, it's very good that all of these people are together, are physically connected, and they're working on it. But then due to COVID-19, this has become an issue. But there are also ways of working around it. But when we are talking about organizing such a large event of such immense impact, we also need to get hold of organizations. And these organizations are not merely funding agencies. They can also be universities. They can be academic institutes. They can be institutes who are into research in this kind of fields. So what I'm trying to say is that this entire roadmap that is being envisaged right now, starting from as an analysis, then building up the network, connecting all the dots which are not, which have not yet been mapped, and then putting them all together in an event and putting them in pressure to bring out the result, is something that is necessary to build a mass consensus, to build incentive towards, you know, kind of having social entrepreneurship, DRR, CCA, all packed up together. Now, when we have done all this together, all these three steps, and we have taken care of the impediments in implementing these three steps, we would be in a position, I'm talking about U-Inspire Alliance would be in a position to incubate ideas. We have kind of figured out that there is a problem where the entrepreneurs, the young budding entrepreneurs, are failing to express their ideas to the investors or to the agencies who are providing the projects. So we will be able to help them present their ideas in a way where the funders and investors understand them, because all this while they have been constantly talking to them. So that becomes easy. Now, the second thing that we would be in a position to do is eased funding in the field of DRM and CCA, because now the funders and the investors are also oriented, and they do not think that DRM and CCA are niche subjects. They are part of SDGs or sustainable development. The third thing is that we will be able to provide them constant guidance. Now, it's a good thing that we have people like Dr. Chatterjee, we have people like Septian, we have people like Pradeep with us on U-Inspire, who are actually the stalwarts in this field, right? So they are always there to guide these people who are interested in involving themselves in social entrepreneurial venture. So this is the third thing that we would be in a position to do. And the fourth thing is that since Inspire Alliance is a global network, and it's actually a growing global network with associations from organizations like UNDRR, UNESCO, what happens that when we are doing such a kind of activity, when we are bringing people together, making them work, what happens is that a badge of association is given to these people who are associating with us. So what happens is a network, as I said, is built, and the connection for projects, connection for getting projects, connection for contracts becomes a very eased connection, right? And and the next step, or the final step probably, if we turn into the services that we are incubating, we are in a position to showcase them to the world in forums like BOSAI. So these are the largely the four outcomes that we are envisaging if we follow the three points of the pathway that we have envisaged. So that would be all from my side. It was a very brief and operational kind of a roadmap that I talked about. And yes, all of us in our working group, we do realize that talking is actually very easy, but we literally have miles to go before we sleep, before we create an ecosystem which is so conducive that DRR and CC is mainstreamed into all the development agenda. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ripol, for that really good systematic and stepwise process on how to create a very healthy and vibrant ecosystem for social entrepreneurship in DRR. May I just take a moment to invite all our speakers from the session today morning. If you are around, please raise your hand if you want to join the panel, and we welcome you to do so. So with that, two very informative presentations, one on the attributes of the nature of the individual and one on the aspects of the ecosystem that is necessary, the need for connecting not only the subject matter in terms of the climate change and DRR component, but also in terms of building the critical mass of social entrepreneurs, having a proper business model for them, and then connecting with the investors, and even better now to in that network to create potential pilots through in-pressure events, so that we can then have the best ideas come about. I think that was very interesting. And we have with us Dr. Septian as well from the morning session, and from Cambodia, our colleague from Royal University of Phnom Penh. And may I just now ask, in terms of the roadmap, Dr. Septian, how far have you gone? For example, in Malaysia, we are still very much developing the science at the local level, where it is the easiest to actually bridge. It's at the local level that you can bridge disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation, in the context that if you do a risk framing, DRR can be the first onset, the short-term response, and climate change can be the long-term threats to be addressed. So in Indonesia, may I ask Mr. Septian, perhaps you could share with us, how far is the bridging from, in terms of the knowledge base, the linkages between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation at the local level? How is that progressing in Indonesia? Perhaps you could share your experience. And I'll come to Cambodia as well with the same bridging note issue. And how are the youths bridging that? Yeah, Mr. Septian, the platform is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Currently in Indonesia, we are still bridging between the communities the communities, the government, the media, and all the Pentahelix network by You Inspire Indonesia, led by Dr. Rahma. And we are currently work closely with Disaster Management Agency, National Disaster Management Agency in Indonesia, and we work in to build the system and procedure here, how to make a good disaster risk planning, and also to bridging it with the climate change. But we also face the many challenges here, just like how to appreciate the scientists more in the because the decision making in Indonesia, it's more political and economical beside from the scientific side.
Thank you, Mr. Subtian. I'm glad you brought up the importance of having understanding the decision-making processes as well when we are actually doing the integration of disaster risk reduction and climate change. That's a very useful input. Going on to Cambodia, may I just ask, in terms of social entrepreneurship in disaster risk reduction, do you see a need for training and such? Will that be helpful to Indonesia if even as we are building the knowledge, we are bringing in the training for social entrepreneurship? How can you make a good business out of this passion? Perhaps Cambodia can share in terms of the landscape in Cambodia.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for the question. Okay, basically in Cambodia, the government, they have a specific division for, NCDM, Natural Disaster Committee on Disaster Management. And those division, they work hard related to the climate change issue. So, and I would say, however, maybe in the fact that the capacity of the official maybe kind of some need more strengthened or enhanced. And yeah, it is good if there have been any trainings on capacity building to to develop the capacity on disaster management. Yeah, it would be great. My idea. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Coming back to Ms. Shazlinda, I know you don't come from this particular field of disaster risk reduction, but you are an expert in building up social entrepreneurship. What kind of characteristics does a social entrepreneur who already has the passion and the desire to make a difference in disaster risk reduction, what kind of skill set do they need for developing business models? And how easy is that to learn?
Okay, basically, a person who wants to be a social entrepreneur should be very resourceful. Apart from being passionate, he or she must be able to be very resourceful, because it's not as not saying to say it's easy to get funding for a conventional business. It's difficult sometimes, but it's even more difficult to convince people on the thing that you are fighting for in social entrepreneurship, because you won't see the profit in a short period of time. So the storytelling ability, how can you convince your potential investors? How able are you to connect with other people from different sectors, different industries as well? Because if we are a conventional entrepreneur, we would be selling our idea, our sole idea that we think is good to make it as a business, to make money out of it. But if you are a social entrepreneur, it's not the idea that is important. It is your reason. It is your big why that is important, and how you are going to sell or convince people, especially the investors, on your big why, on your reason. That is one skill that is very important for a social entrepreneur. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Shaslinda. That was very insightful. And now I'll finish off with Dr. Ripal Kanji because we are rather short of time. And thank you for that wonderful roadmap building elements that was put forward to us. And we in our IDRC project we are developing a register of entrepreneurs, and we are also going to develop a healthy ecosystem for social entrepreneurship in DRR and CCA. And I noticed we have the same passion for this as you, Inspire Alliance. But I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Ripal, just a quick take on this, on the gender perspective, because IDRC is about equal opportunity for gender. I want to ask you, in your experience, have you seen a difference between the interests of youth in terms of the female youth and the male youth in DRR and CCA in You Inspire Alliance? Perhaps you could just share that in 30 seconds so that we can finish off with that particular issue.
Sure. If I'm to talk about You Inspire Alliance, I personally feel that our female colleagues are more interested in developing these kind of ventures. They are more interested in evidence-based researches. So to sum it up, yes, the interest of my female colleagues in You Inspire Alliance is perhaps a little bit more than the male colleagues. However, if I am to talk about materializing or implementing it, maybe our male colleagues have taken a step forward, but then interest-wise, yes, our female colleagues are always at the lead. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you for that note, empowering note to female youths out there. So you have a very high capacity for getting involved in social entrepreneurship for DRR, and that is we are gathering the evidence for that as well. So I would like to thank my panelists for that wonderful sharing session, especially Ms. Shaslinda and Dr. Ripal, and also the speakers from today morning's both sessions. I think we had a great session. And with that note of thank you, can I please return the platform back to Wani?
Thank you, Professor Joy Pereira, for moderating the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, with the ending of session 10, we now have reached the conclusion of our regional workshop today. I would like to again invite academician Dr. Mazlan Othman, Chair of the Tropical Sciences 2021 Steering Committee, to deliver the closing remarks. Welcome, academician Dr. Prof. Mazlan Othman.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, we have now reached the end of our 1.5 days webinar. Yes. And thank you all so much for joining us. I was told that we have almost 30 countries that were listening in to our webinar, which is just wonderful. Now, we all know that disasters and climate change adversely affect the tropics, and it is important that we have new ways to deal with the emerging problems. And as we have learned today, one of these ways is through social entrepreneurship. We've had a good overview of the social entrepreneurship ecosystem, both from the enablers as well as people doing it on a daily basis, which are the doers, young doers. Actually, I'm especially pleased that Prof. Joy launched the register of DRR social entrepreneurs. This register and the inputs generated from this workshop will contribute towards the development of the DRR social entrepreneurs handbook and roadmap. Now, the aim of this handbook is to tackle prevailing knowledge gaps on DRR, social entrepreneurship, and this will, of course, benefit young entrepreneurs who are going into this business at the entry level. Well, we hope all these discussions have inspired or will inspire the future generations to pursue their passions while helping society at the same time. We also hope that more supporters of social enterprises will come forward to fuel the change that our youth wants to implement. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us on our webinar both yesterday and today. The wealth of discussions that I have seen in this last 1.5 days surely proves that the future of the tropics is indeed very bright. So we hope to see you soon at other events we will be organizing shortly. So once again, thank you and have a good day. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Academician Dr. Mazlan Othman, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the slides from today's presentation will be uploaded onto the IDRC project website and ANG's website. The links to these websites have been provided by the organizers in the chat box. For those who may have missed some of the sessions in our today webinar, may access the full video at the Academy Science Malaysia Facebook page and YouTube channel. On behalf of the organizers, I thank you very much for your participation and look forward to seeing you in our future events. Thank you.